they pass this?
It's a little unclear to us how that's actually going to work. And even worse is when they say, or planned. Because how do you subdivide a property that's just planned to potentially? You could have a plan from 1960s to maybe have sewer expansion somewhere or water expansion through Aquarian.
Who thinks this is a good idea? Tell me who's supporting the bill.
The chairs of the Housing Committee. The ones who raised this bill.
They think it will lead to ranch-size houses. It will not. And Maria can explain that better than me.
Right. So they think that they're calling this a silver and starter homes bill. And this bill has this session been raised as well in Maryland. In the public hearing, they said it had passed. That's not true. It was raised in Maryland, but the difference in Maryland is there's a section in there that says the only way you can consider this is if you have the infrastructure for sewer, water, roads, and schools. That is not in this bill.
I don't care what Maryland's doing. I care about Connecticut.
I agree.
I've lived in Maryland. It's a beautiful state. They'll figure it out. I care about Connecticut.
Well, I'm just explaining where the bill came from.
I'm really shocked.
It's a cut and paste. They cut and pasted that bill and brought it here.
Except for the other part is what you're saying.
Correct.
Okay. So other than the chairs, did anybody at the public hearing speak in support of the bill?
Yes, there are developer advocates who came out and supported it. In particular, supporting it is Regional Plan Association.
Naturally.
Pete Harrison, developer funded, right, from New York City, looking to citify everything, anywhere. And so it does that. It also says that you can no longer limit lot coverage. It changes setbacks to be only 10 feet in the front and the back and 5 feet on the side.
Oh, that's so mean.
It eliminates
what happened
height.
to nature? It eliminates height. Oh, that's great. That's great.
So here's what impacts, and again, we are a large state with very diverse housing markets and very diverse impacts based on where you are relative to larger cities, larger metro areas.
Let me ask you something politically. If they were to get this to be passed, are they just trying to get Governor Lamont to have to once again face off against the left wing of his own party? Like, what's this about politically? Why would they do this to Governor Lamont in an election year? It's pressing him on the very thing that he wanted to put to bed in October. He said to Connecticut, I want the towns to take the lead. I used up some political capital. I vetoed a bill that was highly unpopular, but I tried to get some political capital back by passing something that I could live with. Can you leave me alone for one short session so I can run again? What is this about?
Again,
I'm just saying, yes. Politically, it's as if his left flank won't leave him alone.
Right. And these chairs believe that this bill is only, that 8002 that passed last year is only about affordability. Now, that's not true because there are planning aspects for your overall planning that you have to do.
Of course.
And so
I've been getting newsletter after newsletter in Westport alone about what's going on.
Right. So they're saying that because that only focused on affordable, that it's neglecting the idea that we need market value, starter and silver homes, and that this bill will achieve that.
So if they really believed in this, I'm chatting with Kathy Braun and Maria Weingarten, ct169strong.org. If you really, really cared about this, you would go to Bridgeport or New London where you live, and you would try it out there first. Let's see if your local city, town council people want to pass it for your group before putting it on the whole state. Let's see how it flies in Bridgeport, because I can tell you a lot of people in Bridgeport wouldn't like that bill. They don't want housing. They don't want no height restrictions and 5 feet setbacks.
And again, if you consider what happened in 8002, that impacts parking.
Correct.
Where a planning and zoning can no longer deny a project based on lack of parking, on-site parking. This will be a disaster. This is going to be, a real concern.
I just find it fascinating because it's so extreme. And I think that I naively assumed, very naive, I'm always naive, that the people that won, the Pete Harrisons, because they did largely win, would like give it a rest for a bit and then come back next year with whatever else they wanted, but the answer is no. We're talking Connecticut housing policy with Maria Weingarten, founder of CT169strong.org, and Kathy Braun, a lawyer who serves on the TP&Z, which is the Planning and Zoning Committee of Fairfield. Kathy, I want to let you weigh in here for just a bit, but first, Maria,
Sure.
You are going to tell us a little bit, just recite what SB 151 does so everybody knows.
Sure. So, again, no lot size greater than 0.11 acres or 9 units an acre. Then it says no lot, you can't require a lot coverage, so you can expand all the way out. The setbacks are 10 feet from the front and back, 5 feet on the side only. No architectural design allowed. You cannot prohibit townhouses and single-family zones. You cannot prohibit subdivisions. And also, regarding historical in theory is protected. However, they made that exception, but they said it has to be registered nationally or by the state on or before July 1st of 2026. Does that mean nothing can be historic after that and can't be protected? That's concerning. It also says that, and this is more legalese that is not a strength of mine necessarily, but it says that provisions of the subdivision that conflict with applicable building code, fire code, or public health and safety regulations that are necessary to address immediate threats of public safety. How do you define an immediate threat? It's not defined in here. And that sort of a legalese seems to me like you're saying, oh, we're protecting for health and safety, but really you're not, because if you cannot say that it's an immediate threat, is anything an immediate threat?
Wow. Thank you, Maria. So, Kathy, do you want to weigh in on SB 151?
Sure.
Or you want to go? Okay,
Well,
go ahead. Yeah.
What I have to say about what's happening on my commission relates to SB 151 and to HB 8002. Both I consider anti-zoning laws intended to break up zoning in our state once and for all. And incrementally, 8002 went pretty far. 151 goes even farther. It's basically, you will not have zoning as you know it. You move into a little community that has mostly ranch-style houses. Those could be sold, built up, 50 feet tall, 5 feet of your boundary line, peering down into your bathroom window. And what happened on my zoning commission matters, because I think what I'm seeing, and just so you know, I'm about as nonpartisan as they get. I voted for Kamala. I admit it. I'm out of the closet. I voted for Kamala. I'm a Republican. So I'm nonpartisan. I see the arrogance of the supermajority at the state level and at the town level. So my commission wanted to pass rules to censure elected officials on my commission who state things that are considered irrelevant, I guess, by the chairman, and force us to sign a pledge to follow conduct rules. I was appointed to that subcommittee. I resigned the first 5 minutes. So they don't have a subcommittee now. They don't have a quorum, and I think they need minority representation. I was in the minority. So the bottom line is my zoning commission has had a number of votes, 5-2, 5-2, 5-2. There are 2 women, 5 men, 2 Republicans, 5 Democrats. That shouldn't matter, but it seems to matter because they're in lockstep. We cannot get even a viable hearing on what we closed down last night. Last night, we had a hearing on parking regulations. Allegedly, I thought, to deal with the new HB 8002 law, which has a whole lot of stuff in there that does relate to parking. But instead, what we were presented with, which we didn't draft, we were presented with a list of regulations that affects more than what HB 8002 has, and basically allows much reduced parking throughout the town. We opened and closed it in one night. We had never seen this before. The public had never seen it before. And the other woman and the other female commissioner and I had both objected to opening and closing the hearing in one night, but it was closed. There's no more public comment allowed. People didn't know about it. And we didn't do what we could have. What we could have done was held the hearing open and collected evidence to support, maybe not having such a downgrade on our parking requirements. Okay, so now there will be less parking that we need to provide, that developers will need to provide on commercial, not just residential. That could really affect us in the downtown area, could affect our local businesses. And what we didn't do was we did not do anything about reserving 8% of our town from what I call the parking ban that's in the HB 8002. I know this is a little technical, but that law, and Maria can explain this better than me, that law allows the town to preserve 8% of its landmass in 2 districts of 4% each.
Right, I saw that.
From what I'm calling the parking ban. If it's up to 16 units, a town is not allowed to require any parking at all. So we didn't do that, but we did do a lot of other regulations. I guess my concern is the voice of the minority is not being heard, and this affects the average person. The average person who lives in their community, they rely on zoning laws. They bought their house thinking, pretty much most of the things in my zone kind of look like this. That's not going to be the way it is anymore. So what we're seeing in Hartford is we're seeing things sort of shoved down our throat, last minute, no chance to review it, one public hearing, and then it could pass. And if it does pass, you will not have zoning in our state as we know it. And that's the problem.
It's really interesting because, thank you for this, Kathy and Maria. Yep. You know what was really interesting? I was following the other day something that happened in California. And, California has been very ambitiously trying to get rid of single-family zoning. And I was following what was happening, believe it or not, in Minneapolis. And one of the people that was, do you remember, this was a story, I think last week or the week before, there was a woman who was a black woman. She's very, she's the head of the NAACP, or was in her own community. Her last name was Levi something. And her image was changed by the Trump administration to show her crying when she was arrested, but she wasn't crying. Do you remember that story that came out after the second person was killed?
I do.
You remember that?
I do remember some of that.
So I was reading about this woman. This is my long-winded way of saying something. I was reading about this woman who's a local black activist, and she's all about trying to get more equity and affordability. And she fought successfully against the banning of single-family zoning in Minneapolis and in Minnesota. They wanted to ban single-family zoning there. And she said, on behalf of what she considered to be her constituency, which was largely black people of varying economic abilities in Minneapolis, that single-family zoning was the pillar of what they wanted to have. And that getting rid of it really would have had a very adverse impact on the ambitions and the goals of her community. And I thought that was really interesting. And so they defeated it. And the defeat came from the people that are sometimes pigeonholed in a different direction as automatically wanting these housing regulations. And I think there's a condescension and a patronizing attitude of a lot of the people on the left who feel that all of this is, quote, good for a certain economic class of people. When if you ask those people, they also would like a single-family house with a backyard. I thought that was fascinating, actually.
And there was a person who testified
100%.
yesterday who said the same thing, who was from Waterbury.
Really?
100%.
So I'm not the only one saying that.
No. It's true.
So
it's true.
There's
It's the
a
American
lot of
dream.
mixed up public policy here, too.
There is.
And again, a gift to real estate developers. And if you're going to give that gift, I think you have to give it locally. If Bridgeport wants to give that gift, then let Bridgeport give it. If New London wants to, great. But don't make
100%.
other places do it.
Right.
Thank you both, ladies, for coming on the show. We'll follow the story of SB 151 as it wends its way through.
Use our petition. It's online.
CT169strong.org.
WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Fog through midday and early this afternoon with rain on and off through this afternoon with a high near 40. Rain ending early this evening, a below near 30. Tomorrow, partly sunny with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Back to the download. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9. Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's February 18th. On this day in 2001, NASCAR legend Dale Earnhardt died in a multi-car crash at the Daytona 500.
This is undoubtedly one of the toughest announcements that I've ever personally had to make. But after the accident and turn 4 at the end of the Daytona 500, we've lost Dale Earnhardt.
Happy birthday to Wheel of Fortune's Vanna White.
I get all dressed up like a Barbie doll. I go out. I give someone else's money away, make them happy, and we all go home.
The cost of a big screen TV in 1995 in Fairfield County was a whopping $4,000 for rear projection. February 18th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 690. WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Heather Bosch. A landmark civil case in Los Angeles today concerning kids and social media. CBS's Carter Evans says Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg is taking the stand.
I think Zuckerberg has to walk a very fine line here, right? Because what's the goal? The goal of Facebook and Instagram is to get users engaged so you can sell ads, right? So you have these techniques to get them to spend more time on the platform. But does it cross the line to where these techniques are actually addictive and causing people to spend a dangerous amount of time on the platform?
Plaintiffs claim Instagram is designed to be addictive and kids are not protected. Zuckerberg denies that. After rescuing 6 skiers, rescuers are pushing through mountainous wilderness in Northern California as they search for 9 other backcountry skiers believed swept away by an avalanche. CBS's Matt Gutman.
What rescuers are going to have to do is literally hoofing it, going on foot, carving through the woods here. Incredibly dangerous, incredibly treacherous, which is why they didn't do much of it overnight.
Extreme weather conditions are hampering the search near Lake Tahoe. The search for Nancy Guthrie continues. Pima County, Arizona Sheriff Chris Nanos tells the BBC.
I think she's somewhere here in our community.
Locally?
Yeah.
What makes you think that?
I just do. I don't know why. I don't have any evidence to prove that. But I just believe that she's somewhere here locally.
Investigators are focused on a masked person caught on doorbell video at the 84-year-old's home around the time she disappeared. No sign of a breakthrough in U.S. brokered peace talks in Switzerland between Ukraine and Russia yet. CBS's Remy Inocencio.
Russia's chief negotiator, Vladimir Medinsky, said that talks were difficult, but he added that they were businesslike. Ukraine's lead negotiator, Rustem Umerov, said talks were complex, but he said a little bit more optimistically here that there is progress.
Next week is the 4th anniversary of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. New developments in a case of alleged clergy abuse. CBS's Jim Krasula.
The Catholic Diocese of Camden, New Jersey, which covers southern New Jersey and its Philadelphia suburbs, has agreed to a $180 million settlement to resolve allegations of clergy sexual abuse. The figure is much bigger than similar legal agreements in some large dioceses, but smaller than other massive financial settlements.
Just off a Super Bowl win, the Seattle Seahawks are going up for sale. The move is in keeping with the wishes of late team owner Paul Allen. Allen wanted his sports holdings to be sold with the proceeds benefiting philanthropy. The Seahawks have been in the Allen family since 1997. This is CBS News.
What is going on?
What's going on here?
How is this possible?
Great storytelling starts here.
Oh, come on.
Why? It's time for 60 Minutes.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The Quaker Farms School in Oxford was open today after a week of canceled classes due to infrastructure issues. The problems started when a power outage caused the heat to go off and pipes froze. WTNH-TV News 8 also reported the reason for the power outage remains unclear. It's been a year since a man claiming he'd been held captive for 20 years set fire to Kimberly Sullivan's Waterbury home. The case is still in the pre-trial process, as attorneys for Sullivan say it's nothing but a witch hunt. Ioannis Kaloidis, the attorney representing Sullivan, says her stepson, who is 31 years old now, had access to food and there were no restraints nor captivity, and that he was free to come and go as he pleased. The stepson, who was referred to as S, was malnourished and only 68 pounds when he was found February 17th last year. This morning, Governor Ned Lamont held a news conference in Hartford to raise awareness about a new state law that went into effect on January 1st, prohibiting pharmaceutical manufacturers and wholesale distributors from increasing the price of generic prescription drugs past the annual rate of inflation. Enacted through Public Act 25168, the law enables the state to fine those manufacturers and distributors found to be in violation. It's the first of its kind in the nation. The Connecticut Department of Transportation is considering replacing the electric trains on the East Shore Line with diesel engines. The move would save the state close to $9 million, according to the DOT. The shift would impact 9 stops between New Haven and New London. And the UConn men's basketball team is returning to the court. The Huskies will host Creighton tonight at 7 p.m. at Gamble Pavilion. UConn is 24-2 overall. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound, an accident between exit 13 and 11. Stay left to get through. Also 95 south, roadwork, exits 5 and 4. Northbound side of 95, construction, exits 40 through 42, and that's in the right lane. On the Wilbur Cross southbound, roadwork, exit 42A and B down to exit 41, and again exit 37 down to 36. Stay left to get through that. 84 westbound construction, exits 9 and 8, right lane is blocked. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit ColumbiaDental.com. I'm Matt Krause, WICC Traffic.
Rain ending early this evening with a low near 30. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 40. A mix of rain and snow on Friday with a high in the upper 30s to near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So you know how I often say this, and you may think I say it in jest, but I'm serious about it, even though what I say may sound tongue-in-cheek. There are times, kids, boys and girls, where I don't think we are governed by serious people. I mean, I'm sure they're nice people. I'm sure they're well-intentioned. But many of those in Hartford who, and don't get me wrong, those in Hartford from the governor on down have much, 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 much more an effect on your daily lives and your life over there and your life over here and you over there and me than anything that happens in the White House and anything that happens in Congress. I mean, think about it. Think about it. Joe Biden, Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, even with Donald Trump, in comparison to all this, how different is your life really depending on who's in the White House? Not really. Yeah. Taxes may get adjusted here and there. Yeah, we may go after some snot-nosed international dictator here and there, but little by little, kind of whoever's in the White House or whomever's in the White House, it really, when you think about it, as the years go on, make much less of an impression on our daily lives than who governs us in Hartford. In the governor's office, in the lieutenant governor's office, in the attorney general's office, yada, 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 and the people in the General Assembly. Now, the reason I say some of these people in the General Assembly are nice people, and I've had many of them on here, many of them, especially in the Democratic leadership, are not serious people. What do I mean? Well, today's big story coming out of Hartford is this. Now, as the dust hasn't even settled yet on a big public hearing we had yesterday on the Senate Bill 151, which we'll follow up for you. I promise I keep an eye on these big bills and let you know what's happening. Well, I've got to let you know about this. From the, where should I say this comes from? From the you cannot be serious wing of the leadership in Hartford. And the scary thing is, this is one of those things that when you hear it, you're like, hey, Paul, how can you be against that? Well, I'm not against the core issue here, what we're about to talk about, but let's get down to the dirty, nitty-gritty details, shall we? This story here, courtesy the Connecticut Post and Austin Mermina. Thank you, Austin. Lawmakers in Hartford are considering a bill. Now, other states have done this. I think Massachusetts and New York have done this. I think, hey, so why not us? Or as the judge used to sing, why not me? Connecticut lawmakers are looking at a bill that would create a, here are the two words that should make you bury your face in the palms of your hands, kids. A proposed law would create a, here it is, climate superfund. There's two words you love to see together. Cha-ching. Cha-ching. Oh, wait, put the cash drawing here. So some legislators in Hartford want to create a climate superfund that would require major fossil fuel companies to help pay for, get this now, can you be any more broad than this? They want the fossil fuel companies to help pay for the costs of adapting to climate change. Can you be any broader than that? Wow. Hey, it's costing me to adapt the climate change. This comes from the General Assembly's Environment Committee. It would force, now get this, and I think you know where I'm going here, because 98% of you have common sense out there, other than the some people in the leadership in Hartford that don't. The proposal would force, as in you have no choice, I guess, certain oil, coal, and gas companies to compensate the state for their role in emitting large amounts of climate-warming greenhouse gases. The money would fund projects aimed at protecting communities from climate-related hazards that are becoming more common, like floods and heat waves. I don't know. How is a company paying into a climate fund going to protect people from a heat wave? Can somebody explain that to me? Or protect communities from a flood? Now, you may say, well, Paul, what's wrong with this? Don't we want to be ready and react to climate change? Of course we do. I'm not saying the climate isn't changing. The climate changes all the time. We've only been recording temperatures for about 300 years, maybe, the 16, the 1700s, whatever. We seem to think we know a lot more, than all of a sudden new studies come out and say, well, maybe we didn't know this. But that's not the issue here. The issue is, let me ask you something, folks. And you can let me know what your thoughts are, whether you think I'm being a jerk on this or whether you kind of see my point on this, whether you want to admit it or not. Who's going to pay for this? I mean, the minute you hear the word, and I'm telling you, and again, part of what I love doing here is keeping you, my dear friends and listeners, informed on everything that's going on when I get paid to watch this and you don't have to. Because you have real jobs, you're taking care of your families, and I don't want you to have to on Election Day and say, hey, where the heck did this come from, Paul? So I'm telling you. So listen, you had better be really deathly afraid of the words climate superfund. Taken individually, they're bad enough. Put them together, oh, man. Climate superfund. Again, climate superfund. Guess where the superfund comes from and the money comes from in a super way? The idea of creating a climate superfund, continuing in the story here, has become a hotly contested issue with the Capitol, stirring debate and beyond. Supporters say it would hold corporate polluters accountable for climate-related damages already felt. Industry groups say it could further drive up. What a shock! The industry groups are saying, hey, it's just going to drive up our costs and your prices, which are, I don't know whether you knew this, Connecticut, every time an Eversource person or a UI person opens their bill, they take it right up the rear because we're the second or third highest electric rates in the nation. So what do the not serious people in the General Assembly want to do? Make you pay more money. Well, Paul, how do you know these costs are going to get passed on to the consumer? Come on. Come on, please. What color's the sky in your world? You do know the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. And the Pope is Catholic and a bear, yes, in the woods. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So I ask you, and there's already people chiming in on this today, on Facebook.com/voice of CT and or our text messaging page, same number, talk or text, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So what do you think? Do you support a proposed Connecticut Climate Superfund? It's a bird, it's a plane. No, out of the sky, able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. It's a climate superfund. That would force big fuel companies to help pay for the costs connected to climate change. You okay with that? Maybe you are. You okay with it even if it's you and I that have to pay? Because you know that's happening, right? You know. What do you think? These companies are charities? No. That many of them have shareholders. They've got to pay a dividend here. They lose a lot of their capital. People sell the shares and cash out. What do you think? Climate Superfund, you on board with this? Or is this just another Midtown Manhattan 3-card Monte game on the corner? Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
You're not always near your radio, but you still want to stay informed on Fairfield County matters. There are lots of ways to enjoy WICC beyond your radio at 695.9. Stream us free at work on voiceofct.com or on your smartphone by downloading our app. And now it's easier than ever to listen on your smart speaker when you say, play WICC. The voice of Connecticut is always live, local, and free, wherever you are.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
A cancer diagnosis comes with so many questions. Should you get a second opinion? What's the right treatment? How do you tell your kids? You don't need more questions in your life. You need world-class cancer care here in Fairfield County. That's why Stamford Health collaborates with Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, ranked number 3 nationally for cancer care. Your search for answers stops when our care for you starts. Stamford Health.
Water damage is a nightmare. Did you know it can be avoided with water leak detection installed by Trumbull-based Property Protection Consulting? Water leaks and frozen pipes can damage a home or business more than fire or burglary. Go to ppcalarms.com. Learn how a water leak detection system can be installed simply and inexpensively to automatically shut off your water main. For comprehensive security solutions for theft, water, or fire, go to ppcalarms.com. ppcalarms.com for total home security and peace of mind.
When life turns uncertain, Bridgeport Rescue Mission is here, providing food, shelter, and support to local families and individuals when they need it most.
Did you know that our food pantry served over 1.5 million meals and 1.8 million pounds of food in 2025?
Give today for hope for tomorrow. Go to bridgeportrescuemission.org. Let your donation restore hope. bridgeportrescuemission.org.
There's danger out there. It lurks on highways and quiet neighborhood streets. It's more likely to kill you than a shark
and more terrifying than the biggest snake. Distracted driving claims lives every day. Every notification, swipe, social post, video, or selfie while driving risks your life. So while you might think public speaking or the zombie apocalypse is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, you can upgrade to a queen mattress and adjustable base for just $499.99. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound, an accident between exit 13 and 11. Stay left to get through. Also 95 south, roadwork, exits 5 and 4. Northbound side of 95, construction, exits 40 through 42, and that's in the right lane. On the Wilbur Cross southbound, roadwork, exit 42A and B down to exit 41, and again exit 37 down to 36. Stay left to get through that. 84 westbound construction, exits 9 and 8, right lane is blocked. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit ColumbiaDental.com. I'm Matt Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, rain ending early with a low near 30. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 40. A mix of rain and snow on Friday with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
This year, we're celebrating us. 100 years of radio. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Are you ready for your utility bills to go up even more? Well, how do you know that, Paul? What are you scaring us? Well, listen, sometimes you need to be scared. What's that old phrase? I know a lot of athletic coaches use it. Fear is life's greatest motivator. Like, you may not make the opening day roster, kid. You may not survive the final cut. And that would be done even if a coach knew that he or she was going to keep you, on the squad. They might say, hey, coach, am I going to make it? I don't know. You better check the list tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Let us know. So, again, should you be fearful that your utility bills may go up? Yeah, they might. Again, they might go up again. Because there are some people in the Democratic leadership at Hartford and these committee chairs, because there's no Republicans that want this. Are you kidding me? So there is word that a climate super fund would be set up. Now, the EPA on the federal level, you hear about the Environmental Protection Agency's super fund, and that's been a pool of money that was established way back in 1980 that states dip into all the time, and Congress has to allocate money toward to clean up. And you still hear about Superfund sites, right? After, from the turn of the century, turn of last century, I should say, 1800s into the 1900s, where, you went from an agrarian society with horse crap on the streets, ankle deep in some spots, as my mom and dad and grandmother and grandfather used to tell me in Greater New Haven. Hence the old term, he's all around the neighborhood like horse, right? Well, we segued from that into an industrial age that unfortunately didn't have a whole lot of environmental regulations. Oh, acids, lead, put it in the river. Oh, just dump it in the marsh there. It'll break up. No. Who doesn't like a good acid cocktail every so often? No, we've gotten beyond that. But are we going too far here? Remember Love Canal? They talked about, it's mentioned in the story here, the Love Canal disaster. So what Connecticut wants to do is, rather than targeting contamination at specific sites, and we hear about this a lot in Bridgeport, right, with some of these old industrial sites that need to get cleaned up before you have new retail put in there or housing or whatever. You hear about these specific cleanup sites. Connecticut wants to, at least some legislators want to, including the Sierra Club, They want to seek to recover costs associated with damage from global warming more broadly. So again, here we go again. They want to do a broad. What is broad actually? Well, you know, the classic, hey, look at that broad. I'm kidding. Relax. It's a joke. My God. But when you should, folks, I am telling you, when you see Climate Super Fund, when you see Climate Super Fund and anything done on a broad basis, hide your wallets, hide your Venmo accounts, hide your checking and savings accounts because they're coming after it. Now, get this. Now, here's where it gets a little sticky here. In fact, you know what? We'll do this on the other side of the news here because now you get into the weeds with some of this stuff. So listen, we all want a clean environment, right? Nobody wants slop in the water. Nobody wants chemicals on the ground. We benefit from a clean environment. But please, once again, as the great Aretha Franklin used to sing, who's zooming who, babe? Stop saying, well, the companies are going to pay for it. Yeah, they may write the first check. Where do they collect that money? If you think these companies aren't going to go back and recover the money in their prices, you're out of your minds. So what we should be asking here, maybe I've worded the question wrong. I don't know. Are you okay with your energy costs going up? To repair damage from climate change and to get ready for further climate change events like heat waves. I don't know. How is you and I paying anything going to prevent a heat wave? And listen, I tell this of lawmakers all the time in Hartford, whether rhetorically here or when I have them on the phone here, as we will later on. Just be honest with us. Don't say, well, you know, the companies are going to pay, and the big companies, and no, that's you and I. You may think that's okay. So I'll come back and continue the verbal twister on this. But you tell me at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. How do you feel about this? Do you support a proposed climate super fund? It's a bird, it's a plane, it's super fund that would force some big fuel companies to help pay for costs connected to climate change. You buying into that? Or is this just mass hysteria continued right here?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound, an accident between exit 13 and 11. Stay left to get through. Also 95 south, road work, exits 5 and 4. Northbound side of 95, construction, exits 40 through 42, and that's in the right lane. On the Wilbur Cross southbound, road work, exit 42A and B down to exit 41, and again, exit 37 down to 36. Stay left to get through that. 84 westbound construction, exits 9 and 8, right lane is blocked. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Matt Krause, WICC Traffic.
Rain ending early this evening with low near 30. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 40. A mix of rain and snow on Friday with a high in the upper 30s to near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, I'm Peter from Donut Delight. Donut Delight has used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 1994. From installing plumbing in our new stores to maintaining our existing stores and our personal homes. Their guys have always been very professional and great to work with. Donut Delight has been very happy with Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
He's coming. Here he goes.
Surprise! Your table saw broke. Also, the warranty expired weeks ago, so you need to pay for a new one out of pocket.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Oh, and the replacement part you ordered doesn't fit, so it's completely useless.
What a waste.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. There's a search underway in California near Lake Tahoe for 9 missing skiers who vanished during an avalanche. The conditions are treacherous, according to Russell Green with the sheriff's office.
The interstate's closed. The area is very tough to access, and the more people that we have up there, the higher chance of another incident happening.
Additional DNA testing on evidence in the Nancy Guthrie case is ongoing, as Andres Gutierrez reports.
The other thing they're working on is visiting local gun shops, trying to figure out where this person bought that firearm, where they bought that holster.
Carter Evans is covering the social media trial in Los Angeles, where Mark Zuckerberg is testifying about the possible harms to youth.
I think you're going to hear Zuckerberg say that they've created a lot of tools to make the site safe for children, but then you're going to hear the plaintiff's attorney say a lot of those tools do not work.
On Wall Street, stocks are higher. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Norwalk police officer is facing charges after being arrested in North Carolina. According to reports, Officer Mark Suda was arrested on suspicion of drunk driving in Hanover County, North Carolina, on Sunday morning. Norwalk police did not provide any information on the details of the arrest. Chief James Walsh did, however, state that Suda has been placed on administrative restricted duty pending the outcome of the criminal case. An investigation is underway after a letter containing an unknown white powdery substance was sent to the Connecticut Lottery headquarters. Police say a receptionist opened the letter Tuesday. Police, fire crews, and the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection all responded to the scene. The scene was cleared about an hour later. There's no word on if the substance has been identified. Federal officials are now weighing in on the situation at the concierge apartments in Rocky Hill. Democratic Senator Chris Murphy, as well as 1st District Democratic Congressman John Larson, were at the apartments Tuesday surveying the damage. Murphy said, quote, "This place was in disarray to begin with." Earlier this month, dozens of residents were displaced after multiple issues, including a lack of heating and hot water, burst pipes, flooding, and a failing fire suppression system. Attorney General William Tong opened an investigation into the building's management company following the displacement.
Century Hills committed in writing will fairly compensate all affected residents. We hope so and demand that you do. My hope is that this is the start of a discussion and a negotiation about how they are going to make this right.
Residents of Building B started returning to their apartments today, but residents of Buildings A and C will have to wait longer. The state wants to use $3.15 million in federal funding to create New England's first active shooter training facility right here in Connecticut. The funding will support the construction of a 2-story training facility in Bristol that will be equipped with a 50-yard indoor police firing range, as well as other mentoring and training opportunities. Officials are still trying to determine where in Bristol the facility will be built, and an opening date has not yet been announced. A new bill regarding housing has been introduced to the General Assembly, and it's already causing controversy among those who believe that existing housing reforms will limit the power of local planning and zoning boards. Supporters say that SB 151 is aimed at encouraging the construction of starter homes and increasing housing supply by limiting certain zoning regulations like lot size caps and setback and dimensional restrictions. New London Democratic State Senator Martha Marks has been a champion of this bill and believes it will make it easier for young people to buy homes.
It's so important to be able to buy your home, but we have no starter homes, and they're not building any starter homes. They want a garage to work on their motorcycle, or they want a room for crafting, or they want to be able to have a garden in their backyard, but there's no small starter homes.
However, critics of the bill have raised concerns that the bill will render the decisions of local planning and zoning boards obsolete. Maria Weingarten from CT 169 Strong said as much earlier this morning on the Lisa Wexler Show on WICC.
If you consider what happened in 8002, planning and zoning can no longer deny a project based on lack of parking, on-site parking. This will be a disaster. This is going to be, a real concern. Governor
Ned Lamont is proposing more incentives to recruit police officers and firefighters. The push comes amid staffing shortages at departments across the state.
We have the best trained, most professional police and firefighters in the country. And we got to continue to do everything we can to make sure that this is a profession, how incredibly important it is.
The governor announced a proposal to recruit and retain public safety officers that includes tuition forgiveness and a mortgage assistance program through the Connecticut Housing Finance Authority. Lamont said of the proposal, quote, "You're serving your state. We want to do everything we can to make sure you're able to continue your education and do it right." Yale University is looking for a new football coach. Tony Reno announced Tuesday that he is stepping down due to health reasons. Reno had served as Yale's head coach since 2012 and is second in program history with 83 wins. And Stop and Shop and several union locals with the United Food and Commercial Workers have reached agreement on new contracts. The unions collectively represent about 28,000 employees at 225 supermarkets in Connecticut, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island. The new contracts will be effective as of March 1st, providing wage increases, health insurance, and pension benefits. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound accident between exit 13 and 11. Stay left to get through. Also 95 south construction, exits 5 and 4. Northbound side of 95, more road work, exits 40 through 42 in the right lane. On the Wilbur Cross, southbound side construction, exit 42 A and B down to exit 41. And again, exit 37 down to 36. Stay left to get through. 84 westbound road work, exits 9 and 8, blocking the right lane. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. 7 top flooring brands of Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, rain ending early with a low near 30. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 40. A mix of rain and snow on Friday with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If Bridgeport is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
There is a move afoot among the ruling elite in Hartford to raise your energy bills. Now, they'll tell you. And folks, I do this stuff because I want you to know this. Now, fortunately, thank God in heaven, and wherever else he, she, or they may be, I live in a town that is pretty much immune, not completely, but my town is immune to any of the craziness of electric rates and all that, because my town, Wallingford, is one of the 8 or 10 municipalities in the state where we own our own electric grid. We buy our own power, good, bad, or otherwise. So we are largely insulated from a lot of this, but not all of it. And the swearing doesn't happen in my town at Eversource or UI or Avangrid or whatever. But here's what's going on now. The majority Democrats in Hartford want to create a climate super fund. And they want the climate super fund to be paid for, just the way we have a national super fund. They want the big companies that deal in fossil fuels here, which are not going away anytime soon. Get your head out of the clouds here about this green and reuse. It's nice to have solar energy. It's nice to have wind energy. Listen to me. We're addicted to fossil fuels for the next 100 years. Easy. Okay? There's not enough renewable stuff for now to get us away from fossil fuels. Eventually, that's going to happen, but not yet. So what's happening now is you have some legislators who say, "Hey, let's go ahead with a fossil fuel climate super fund in Connecticut, and they will have to pay not just for polluting, but get this." And the reason I bring this up is you will pay for this. I want you to. This is the kind of thing I want you to think about when you go to the polls in November. And this, can I tell you something? These are the kinds of things that really almost exclusively have nothing to do with who's in the governor's mansion or who's in that big leather chair, because this stuff all comes from the General Assembly Democrats, the majority party there. God bless them, they won the majority. But they have veto-proof majorities now. So if they want to do this, and even if a reelected Governor Ned Lamont vetoes it, they will go ahead and do this. I have no doubt at all. So we're talking about a state mandate and not the federal Superfund here. This would be a program based, they say, on making those responsible for polluting the environment cover the cost of cleaning it up. Now, let me ask you something. First of all, are the fossil fuel companies, are they responsible for polluting the environment? Well, of course they are. But are they? Did they make you buy gasoline? Well, come on, Paul, that's stupid, is it? Did they make you buy gasoline? Well, how else? Well, you can ride, you can walk, you can ride a bike, be good for your health. You can take the bus. As my relatives used to say, take the bus. I'm a gotta take the bus. So we're going to go after the companies because they made a product that people chose to consume. They made a product that powered automobiles that people chose to buy. They made certain heating and cooling apparatuses or apparati, whatever it is, that people chose to use. But guess what now? You and I are going to have to pay for that in the end. Now, you may say, well, come on, Paul, this is not going to cost you and I. Connecticut Superfund proposal applies the same concept for climate change. Rather than targeting contamination at a specific site, it would seek to recover costs associated with damage from global warming more broadly. And, all right, you may say, well, all right, if they're starting now, how much money could they want? Because look at the cars. There's a lot of EVs out there. Cars have become, even gasoline cars and trucks are so much more fuel efficient. Aha! That's why we come to this. The program would target entities. You know how far they want to go back? What's this year, 2026? So you may say, all right, Paul, stop your grousing. Stop. Everything's a lot more power-friendly now, consumer-friendly, climate-friendly. It won't cost that much. No. They want to go back. The people who are sponsoring this bill, they want to go back and nail companies for what they did. You ready for this? Starting on January 1 of 1995 to December 31st of 2024. So folks, I'm not kidding you here. I'm reading this right out of the Post. And I'm scrolling down saying, where's the rub? Oh, here it is. So this program would target entities that released more than 1 billion metric tons of greenhouse gases between January 1, 1995 and December 31, 2024. And the bill does not just look at what comes out of a company's own facilities. So you may say, all right, well, they're responsible for the tax on what they produce. No. It also counts emissions tied to extracting, refining, and transporting the fossil fuels. So it's not that they want to nail the companies alone for selling it, which last time I checked was not against the law, but they want to go and nail companies who refine this up. This is so utterly asinine on so many levels. I'm going to say it's unbelievable, but it's not. It's a money grab, and you and I are going to pay for it. If you have to go back 30-something years and scrape for money, you ain't being honest. But as they say on late-night TV, there's more. We'll get to the phones, too, on this. You all right with this? A climate super fund that would go back 30 years and charge some companies money for stuff that they legally sold and they were legally able to refine. Folks, I'm telling you, we are not ruled by serious people in Hartford.
Are the taxes on your financial savings cutting into your retirement? Do you truly understand the taxes on your IRAs and 401ks? Would you like a future where your taxes are minimized and investments are sound? If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least a $250,000 portfolio, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help. Call for a complimentary consultation. They'll show you real tax savings on your savings. 203-795-7080. 203-795-7080. Bridgelight Financial Advisors, your retirement tax strategy specialist.
Save more on heating costs this winter with better value and better heating services from Hoffman Energy. Switch now and get $125 free heating oil. With local 24/7 service in any weather, a monthly budget plan, and service plan options, Hoffman Energy has everything you need to stay warm, save, and enjoy a worry-free winter. Use propane? We've got you covered too. Ask about our special offers. Get your $125 free heating oil now. Visit HoffmanEnergy.com or call 877-359-0623 today.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PROFIT for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code PROFIT. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PROFIT for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PROFIT.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound accident between exit 13 and 11. Stay left to get through. Also 95 south construction, exits 5 and 4. Northbound side of 95, more road work, exits 40 through 42 in the right lane. On the Wilbur Cross, southbound side construction, exit 42 A and B down to exit 41. And again, exit 37 down to 36. Stay left to get through. 84 westbound road work, exits 9 and 8, blocking the right lane. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. 7 top flooring brands of Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Rain ending early this evening with low near 30. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 40. A mix of rain and snow on Friday with a high in the upper 30s to near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Saying everything that's on his mind. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. WICC 695.9. The voice of Connecticut.
Get ready, the environmental crew, they're coming for your wallets. Now, look, we all want a clean environment. I'm not saying I want lead and all manners of crap and, evil stuff in the water or in the grass or in the soil. None of us want that. It's not 1910 anymore. It's the year 2026. We've come incredibly far. Look how clean some of these rivers and lakes are because we did common sense stuff. We held businesses accountable. We said, look, there's new environmental laws. There's stuff you have to do. There's stuff we're not going to allow you to do. And over time, look how cleaner things are. But I'm sorry, you can't. This is a shakedown. What's going to happen? You're going to go after companies for what they did 30 years ago. Come on. Again, if you're doing that in Hartford right now, you are not a serious individual. Because, well, Paul, why is that? Because you know who's going to pay for it. You know who's going to pay for it. You want the money. That's all you want is the money for climate projects. I have a bunch of ways you could finance climate projects. Because, again, this is going to come from my pocket and your pocket. Well, we're taking it from the companies. And what are the companies going to do? You think these people are idiots? You think they're going to sit there in their boardrooms with their thumbs planted up their rear ends and not do anything about it? And they'll be able to get away with it and recouping the cost because you can do it incrementally. Come on. Stop. We'll go to the phones momentarily. It gets even better. The bill would create now, mind you, this is the state that still has the special transportation fund, which never seems to have enough money, even though gas tax revenues go into it, and we pull money from that to plug budget holes. And if you don't believe me, go out and check it. This bill would create a non-lapsing cost recovery fund to pay for, you ready for this? Climate adaptation projects across the state. Folks, I'm sorry, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. This has every chance to turn into the same measure of crap that we see in this state all the time. Eligible projects could include fortifying coastal wetlands, doesn't say it will, could include fortifying coastal wetlands, upgrading stormwater systems, improving roads and bridges. Wait a minute, don't we have a transportation fund for that? Oh, I forgot. They take money from that to plug other holes in the budget. And protecting sewage treatment plants from flooding. Expanding microgrids and adding green spaces to address urban heat islands. That's all fine and good. If you think this is going to happen without any rampant and unending corruption, you're out of your minds. The funds could also support efforts to protect farms and fisheries. Could, doesn't say will, could. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I'm sorry. I'm not believing this one bit. And I would love to be proven wrong here. But come on, you're going to go back 30 years and go back to before the refining process? Stop. This is all, well, Paul, what if it worked? Yeah. Okay, I'm not saying it couldn't work, but just come out front and admit that this is going to be paid for by the residents of Connecticut. You want to fund environmental projects? I have an idea. I'm dead serious about this. I shouldn't use the word dead too often. Dead serious about this. How about a new scratch-off game? Man, you see those people in the convenience stores? They can't buy those tickets fast enough. I'm dead serious here. Have a special scratch off for the environment. Here, scratch the environment. There you go. You win a few bucks and you help the environment. Let's do that. Let's raise the sales tax 0.5%. There's your super fund right there. Gene in Stratford leads us off today. Gene, how are you?
Good, Paul. How you doing today?
Gene, I'm so good. I can't describe it. I can't describe it.
I sit back in disarray, but it gets better because the state of Connecticut, how many vehicles do they own? We have dump trucks with plows. We have construction equipment, state police cars, all the municipalities. Are they going to contribute to the fund too, or are they just going to pass? And then it gets even better because I saw a great one today that another comical Connecticut news release where they want to eliminate the electric trains on Shoreline East and convert them to diesel to save $9 million a year.
Yeah.
Well, what do diesel trains burn?
I'm not sure, Gene. I'm not sure. Tell me.
Where it wasn't long ago that they wanted to force us to buy electric vehicles. I don't know. I mean, I'm half Italian and you are, but we had a saying, you practice what you preach. But that does not come out of Hartford, I guess.
Yeah. No, Gene, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Good to hear from you. Be careful out there, Gene, too, on your projects. Appreciate it. Gene, a veteran hard hat out there. And a drummer on the weekend, too. Pocket full of soul. See? Give him a plug every time he calls. Listen, I'm not against pro-environmental projects. But come on. You don't think this thing is... You don't think... You're going to tell me with a straight face that this fund won't be rampant, rabbit. It won't be rampant with corruption? Come on, stop. Look at all the stuff we're dealing with right now. Critics argue the proposal would raise Connecticut's electric rates. You think, Clyde? Which are the third highest in the country. Pete Myers, Senior Policy Director at CBIA, saying a fee imposed on oil and natural gas will only increase our energy prices. And he's right. And this comes at the time where the governor himself, much to the chagrin of the far lefty environmentalists in his party, the governor himself says, well, we need more natural gas. So bend over. Here it comes. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound accident between exit 13 and 11. Stay left to get through. Also 95 south construction, exits 5 and 4. Northbound side of 95, more road work, exits 40 through 42 in the right lane. On the Wilbur Cross, southbound side construction, exit 42 A and B down to exit 41. And again, exit 37 down to 36. Stay left to get through. 84 westbound road work, exits 9 and 8, blocking the right lane. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. 7 top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, rain ending early with a low near 30. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 40. A mix of rain and snow on Friday with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Most people want to spend their retirement years at home, but most seniors are not equipped to do it. In fact, according to AARP, 82% of adults ages 50 and up want to remain in their current homes as they age, but only about 10% of U.S. homes are considered aging ready. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I'm so grateful my grandmother lived with us for more than 20 years. And as she got older, my parents equipped their home in Fairfield to accommodate her needs, and they got in-home care, like Connecticut In-Home Assistance. I believe in-home care made my grandmother's final years comfortable, joyful, and actually made her feel more independent. It also helped my parents to have peace of mind that someone could get her to her appointments, make sure she didn't fall, and allow them to have a loving relationship with her instead of one filled with tension and resentment. Don't wait until it's too late to make your home ready for an aging parent. Get the help you need to keep your loved one at home safe and sound. Check out Connecticut In-Home Assistance at cthomecare.com. And right now, you can even download their free ebook online. Again, cthomecare.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli.
And you know, this woman that was quoted in this story, this Julianne LaRue, nothing against her, never met her. Never had her on the show. She's from the Sierra Club. We know what the Sierra Club is about, right? Clean environment, the outdoors, nothing good for them. But this quote makes me laugh. Quote, this policy or this Connecticut Cleanup Climate Superfund makes polluters pay their fair share for the damage they've already done without raising prices for the rest of us. Now, number one, you know prices are going to go up. But here's what I don't get. You're going to, and please explain this to me, because I honestly don't get it. Where do you get off saying, well, we're going to financially hold a company liable for something they did 30 years ago? Now, is there any proof they broke laws 30 years ago? Was there anything they were doing in and amongst accepted science 30 years ago? Is there anything there that says they should be punished 30 years after? Explain this to me.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by JTV.com.
I'm Heather Bosch. 8 backcountry skiers are dead, 1 missing after an avalanche northwest of California's Lake Tahoe.
15 people were taking part in a guided tour in the backcountry area near Truckee when a wall of snow struck them. 6 were rescued, 8 have been found dead, and 1 skier is still missing. Dr. Cheyenne Follett at the University of Maryland Medical Center says preparation is key for skiing unpatrolled areas.
Making sure that you have a beacon, a transmitter, a shovel, and other things that, if you are trapped in an avalanche, can help you survive.
The Nevada County Sheriff says to say the skiers and rescuers have faced extreme weather conditions is an understatement. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
Billionaire Les Wexner is being questioned today by members of Congress about his friendship with convicted sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. CBS's Torianne Small.
Wexner's team is claiming that they cut ties with Epstein, who served as a manager of his money for the billionaire after his crimes became known and available, and they're maintaining their client's innocence throughout this entire process.
U.S. and Iranian negotiators say there's been progress in indirect talks about curbing Iran's nuclear program, but National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster says,
I think the chances of a sustained, error and strike campaign against Iran are very high. I would put over 80%. And the reason why I think that is because of the intransigence of the Iranian regime.
The U.S. has a massive naval force in the region. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says it's unfair President Trump is calling on Ukraine to make concessions to Russia as peace talks continue with no breakthrough. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
I think the president would respond to that by saying he does not think it's fair that thousands of Ukrainians are losing their lives, and Russians too, in this deadly war.
The WNBA season begins soon, but the league and its players union are still far apart. CBS's Michael Wallace.
The union did lower the share of the league's gross revenue it's seeking from 31% to 27.5%. It also suggested dropping the requirement that the league provide housing for all players. The WNBA says time is running out to reach a deal. It has to conduct a 2-team expansion draft, the college draft, and free agency before the scheduled start of training camp in April.
The league calls the Players Association's latest counterproposal unrealistic. Team USA's Michaela Schifrin wins women's slalom gold.
This was a moment I have dreamed about. I've also been very scared of this moment.
It's her first Olympic medal since 2018. She dominated today. This is CBS News.
Looking for spring jewelry looks? Find them at Jewelry Television. New customers get $20 off purchases of $99 or more at JTV.com.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-269-3454. more. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-269-3454 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-269-3454 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-269-3454.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Norwalk police officer is facing charges after being arrested in North Carolina. According to reports, Officer Mark Suda was arrested on suspicion of drunk driving in Hanover County, North Carolina on Sunday morning. Norwalk police did not provide any information on the details of the arrest. Chief James Walsh did, however, state that Suda has been placed on administrative restricted duty pending the outcome of the criminal case. Governor Ned Lamont is proposing more incentives to recruit police officers and firefighters. The push comes amid staffing shortages at departments across the state.
We have the best trained, most professional police and firefighters in the country, and we got to continue to do everything we can to make sure that this is a profession, you know how incredibly important it is.
The governor announced a proposal to recruit and retain public safety officers that includes tuition forgiveness and a mortgage assistance program through the Connecticut Housing Finance Authority. Lamont said of the proposal, quote, "You're serving your state. We want to do everything we can to make sure you're able to continue your education and do it right." This morning, the governor also held a news conference in Hartford to raise awareness about a new state law that went into effect on January 1st, prohibiting pharmaceutical manufacturers and wholesale distributors from increasing the price of generic prescription drugs past the annual rate of inflation. Enacted through Public Act 25-168, the law enables the state to fine those manufacturers and distributors found to be in violation. It's the first of its kind in the nation. Stop and Shop and several union locals with the United Food and Commercial Workers have reached agreement on new contracts. The unions collectively represent about 28,000 employees at 225 supermarkets in Connecticut, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island. The new contracts will be effective as of March 1st, providing wage increases, health insurance, and pension benefits. And Yale University is looking for a new football coach. Tony Reno announced Tuesday that he is stepping down due to health reasons. Reno had served as Yale's head coach since 2012 and is second in program history with 83 wins. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound residual delays through Norwalk into Darien from an earlier problem that has been cleared. On the Parkway southbound overflow traffic through Norwalk into New Canaan, folks avoiding the earlier problem that has been cleared. In New Haven, 95 south, you're busy but moving, going through Long Wharf into West Haven. Same deal on 84 through Danbury. Traffic report powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Matt Krause, WICC Traffic.
Rain ending early this evening with a low near 30. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 40. A mix of rain and snow on Friday with a high in the upper 30s to near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And, most of the time when a business has increased costs, most of the time, not all the time, but the first thing the business looks at, right, is, well, how can we recover this cost? And especially if the business may be publicly held, if they have shareholders or stockholders that they have to pay some sort of a dividend to. And a lot of times, to some extent or another, a business says, well, if I've just gotten slapped with a new fee, with a new regulation. And if it's within the law, I am going to at least perhaps make it so I can relieve myself of some of this stuff on my customers here. And in case you're just joining us, how are you? Hope all is well. What we're talking about here, and apparently this is just a bill that's been floated, doesn't mean it's going to become law. But again, this is where the thinking is here in Connecticut. We hear over and over and over again. Doesn't matter whether you're a Democrat or Republican. D's or R's, blues or reds, even the socialists in the middle, the communists, the Klingons, the Romulans, the Kardashians, the ones with the big ears, they all say, hey, our electric bills are too high. So what do? They introduce another bill backed by the Sierra Club to say, hey, some of the big electric companies and oil companies we deal with and power companies, we're going to go back and back penalize them 30 years. Other states, by the way, are trying this, as is pointed out in the Connecticut Post story, and it's being tied up in court for years. New York and Vermont are trying to do this, and there's a mountain of lawyers putting a kibosh to this. And what this would be, we're talking about this would be, you've heard of a super fund, right? A cleanup fund, an environmental fund. Well, we have those on the federal level. We're trying to get those on the state level because we're being vindictive to companies that, all right, they dealt in fossil fuels years ago. There was a lot of pollution years ago. But wait a minute now. You're going to go back 30 years and be vindictive against a company who did something that was perfectly legal back then. Yes, we became environmentally aware starting in the 70s up through the 80s and 90s. That's a good thing. But again, there is a reason that Connecticut, when you look at how we treat businesses in this state, our yearly rankings suck. And I hate to use that term, but I will, because in that department, we suck. And now Connecticut wants to put forth a climate superfund bill that would make fossil fuel companies pay for projects. Now, again, if companies do things that are patently and blatantly illegal and against the law, that's fine. Go after them. But I'm sorry. We're going to be vindictive against companies for something they did as recently as 1995? See, the reason we're going back that far is because we've made even greater strides on a cleaner environment in the past 30 years. This is nuts. And if you don't think, you may say, well, we need the money, Paul. All right. So I have an idea. Again, instead of hiding it in some sort of fund, which you just know is going to be rampant in this state with corruption. In this state, no, of course not. 2 words, state pier, was going to cost $90 million. Oh, it's up to $320 million now. Didn't see that coming. This thing is going to rot from the head with corruption. Maybe I'll be surprised. Maybe it won't. I don't know. Leo was in North Haven to kick us off this afternoon, and hour number 2. Leo, how are you? What's up?
Well, I'm doing well, and I got to say, Paul, you're filling the void of sanity there with your program.
Thank you.
And there's so many people with so many weird ideas, but I'm giving you one here. Why don't we put our monies where our mouths are?
Yeah.
When people are virtue signaling, why don't we create a GoFundMe type of taxation?
Why not? I love that.
And then the GoFundMe. Now, the benefit here is people with money and a whole lot of big ideas can put their money where their mouths are.
Yes.
And they get a tax credit. They get something back for it, even if it's a T-shirt that says "I GoFunded," this or that.
And you know what, Leo? You know what, too? It's like a lot of the rock bands are doing now that they're older. How about this, Leo? If you donate a certain amount, right, to this GoFundMe page for, Connecticut's economic cleanup, You're entered to have dinner with Governor Lamont. How about that, huh? You like that? How about that?
Well, how about having dinner with AC/DC?
You can do a meet and greet.
I mean, you can make it even better than Well, they probably like it because they're liberals.
Yeah.
And they want these funds and they want their so that's my idea. And hey,
all right, Leo,
you're doing a great job.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. I don't know if when he said they're liberals, did he mean AC/DC? I don't know. I don't know if Brian Johnson impresses me as being a liberal there. I don't know. Maybe. They're going out again this summer, too. What are they playing? MetLife Stadium, the air conditioner there? August or something like that? There's a bunch of guys. Come on. How great is You Shook Me All Night Long? I mean, that's an instant. You turn up the volume there. All right, Dave in Brantford. Dave, hang on. We'll be to you. I'm sure you have cogent thoughts on this, as do other folks. So, folks, what do we do here? Now, maybe you like this idea. And again, it's not like these companies were trafficking drugs. It was gasoline. It was coal-fired electricity. What else? What were the alternatives back then? Here's what this really is. They are couching it in an environmental case. You know what a lot of this is? Honestly, not all of it. But you know what? There are some municipalities around here. So others were good. But how many years did you walk along a stretch of beach or paddle up and down a creek or drive a stretch of roadway and say to yourselves, geez, they haven't fixed this yet. Now they say, oh, we're going to fix it because, of course, it's not bad because we're incompetent. It's bad because of the environment.
You listen to WICC for your favorite talk, but you also want to know what's happening around your neighborhood. We've heard you, and now you're getting more news on the Voice of Connecticut. Live and local news updates at the top and bottom of every hour. If it's happening in and around Fairfield County, we'll let you know about it first. All day, every day, even weekends too. The Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
During my 20s, I lost and gained weight several times, and now I've been left with some facial and necklines that I just don't like. But instead of using makeup to cover it up or getting injections or even surgery to correct the problem, I learned about SoftWave at Derm Medical in Wilton. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and this is an ultrasound energy that triggers a healing response to boost collagen and help your skin become firmer, smoother, and more lifted over time. Go to dermmedical.org/softwave to book your appointment today.
Nonprofits and service organizations, how are you planning on engaging donors in 2026? Well, I've got a great new way. Hi, I'm Christina Preet, lifelong Connecticut resident and founder of the free mobile app Shopping Anyway. Shopping Anyway is a one-stop shop platform to engage with existing donors and attract new donors to communicate your needs for items such as food and basic necessities, volunteers, and fundraising events you're looking to promote. Visit shoppinganyway.com. And for those looking to get more involved in giving back to their community, go to shoppinganyway.com to download the free app.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
The silence of fresh powder. The power to get there. Discover the new Land Rover Defender at Land Rover Fairfield. Geared for epic days with top-tier equipment from CB Sportif in Westport. Master the season. Adventure calls.
Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven is part of a trusted integrated network, offering comprehensive dental services from A to Z, all in one convenient location. From routine cleanings to advanced procedures, their expert team is ready to care for your smile. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Complete dental care all under one roof.
Need metal? Metal Supermarket's got metal. Big or small, no minimum order. Cut and ready fast while you wait or call for delivery. Check out the new store in Bridgeport today at 1085 Connecticut Avenue, where we cut, bend, and shape any size of metal with no minimum order.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound residual delays through Norwalk into Darien from an earlier problem that has been cleared. On the Parkway southbound overflow traffic through Norwalk into New Canaan, folks avoiding the earlier problem that has been cleared. In New Haven, 95 south, you're busy but moving, going through Long Wharf into West Haven. Same deal on 84 through Danbury. Traffic report powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Matt Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, rain ending early with a low near 30. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 40. A mix of rain and snow on Friday with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
The voice of Connecticut for 100 years. WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, how about a separate Connecticut super fund? Now, you've heard about the EP, the EP. The Associated Press Super Fund. Now, you've heard about the EPA Super Fund, the cleanup funds that the feds set up all the way, I think, starting in 1970, when we as a nation realized, hey, we're putting too much crap in the air, too much crap in the soil, too much sludge in the water. It's not good. So we all looked at each other and said, it's going to take decades, which it did. But I got to tell you, in about 55 years or 56 years, we have come incredibly far in this whole thing. So we did that on a national scale. And you're like, well, good. And usually on a state level, if you need things cleaned up, you can get some federal money for it too. But now, some lawmakers and some of the, uber progressives in Hartford, they say, no, we've got to go back and penalize these companies. Now, if they want to have a sandbox fight or a cat fight or whatever here between the state and these companies, fine. But the bottom line is, who's going to pay for it? You and I both know that Connecticut taxpayers, I don't care what the Sierra Club says, I don't care what anybody on the environmental committee says in Hartford, regular folk are going to pay for this. Some people may like that. Some people may not. But if you don't think that a big oil company is going to see this, as they've already done in other states, Vermont, New York, and they're not going to tie this up in the courts for years, you're not conscious. You don't have sufficient blood flow to your brain here. Or am I wrong? You tell me in our question of the day. It's at facebook.com/voice of CT. Very simple question of the day. What do you think about this? Because it could cost you and I a little bit more here. Do you support a proposed Connecticut Climate Super Fund that would force big companies going back to the 1990s to help pay for costs connected to climate change? Number one, I think that's unfair to the companies. And number two, you don't think this thing will be rife with corruption? Come on, please. Stop. 2 words, state pier. Look up the state. Look at the costs. This was the pier. This is the pier in New London that's supposed to shuttle all the people out to fix the wind turbines there. It went from $90 million to $300 million bucks, and we're still paying for it. Dave in Brantford's here. Dave, how are you?
Yeah, I do all right. Boy, we're on energy an awful lot.
Yeah, I know that. Right up your alley.
As far as I can get.
Yeah.
Okay, so on February 10th, last Friday,
Yeah.
that woman, Juliana LaRue of the Sierra Club, and we talked about it on your show, an editorial with the worst economics I've ever seen. Her claim is the companies will be charged based on past pollution, not their current pollution. This means the taxpayers will not have to absorb the cost.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
That's ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense.
They're not going to pass it on. It's like charging the auto companies for chrome in the 50s. Well, you're going to pay for it now. This is a multi-headed hydra. One thing you have confused a little bit, it goes way farther back than the 90s. The second, so you're talking about the super funds.
Yeah.
In yesterday's New Haven Register, the lead opinion writer on the editorial page was Christine Cohen.
Yeah, from Guilford. From your end. Yeah.
She was, I'm ashamed to admit, that's who we sent up to Hartford, and she's really messing things up. She's pushing the regional greenhouse gas initiative, which is a different form of cap and trade and extracting money. She's pushing that. And here's where you're wrong about the timing.
Okay.
The New York and Vermont lawsuit by Letitia James, that is a financial fraud case that ExxonMobil and Shell, in their prospectus and their legal documentation to the stockholders and their profit and loss statements, they illegally concealed, or at least these liberal attorney generals claim. And this is where barking dog Chihuahua William Tong has got the same lawsuit. It's for financial fraud that they willfully concealed this climate change hoax, which, let's face it, they didn't know this in the 50s. You can't claim because they...
Of course not.
And one more thing. I'm interested in my own climate resilience.
Yes.
In case you actually think there's more hurricanes, there's more tornadoes, there's more floods. So I have responded by upgrading the sump pumps in my basement.
Nice.
Backup propane heat.
Yeah.
And we've got several generators.
Nice.
Now, here's the thing. In the editorial pages of the Hartford Courant during the Hurricane Irene, the snowstorm in Halloween, and then Hurricane Sandy, we bought generators. There was editorial opinion in the Hartford Courant that claimed that is a racist act because people in the city with their high density and high rises are not able to buy a generator.
Too bad.
Put it in their apartment. And also, because of the pollution of the gasoline fuel generator, it makes the asthma and the climate change even worse. And so I think when you've lost an argument, just throw in, it's also racist.
These people.
And so buying So my climate adaptation to buy a generator, not only is the generator racist, apparently I am too, because I don't have a 5-foot lot setback like that we were talking about yesterday. I actually have room to put the generator 35 feet from the house.
How dare you? Dave, how dare you?
Generate electricity so I don't have to throw out $300 worth of freezer food one more time. Paul, the generator was not that expensive.
No,
it was only
they're
a couple
not.
of $100 a decade ago. And that's pretty much what my public benefits charge is on my $800 electric bill now. And so they don't even like climate adaptation.
They want us all. They want us all. Dave, thank you for the call, my friend. Here's what they want. They want us all to pass out from heat in the summer, to freeze to death in the winter, and while we're doing it, eat some rocks. Oh, my God.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound residual delays through Norwalk into Darien from an earlier problem that has been cleared. On the Parkway southbound overflow traffic through Norwalk into New Canaan. Folks avoiding the earlier problem that has been cleared. In New Haven, 95 south, you're busy but moving, going through Long Wharf into West Haven. Same deal on 84 through Danbury. Traffic report powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. And that's Kraus, WICC traffic.
Rain ending early this evening with a low near 30. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 40. A mix of rain and snow on Friday with a high in the upper 30s to near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Fioric on WICC.
Need roofing, vinyl siding, gutters, or chimney repairs? Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local roofing expert since 1972. From cracked shingles to leaky chimneys, our certified technicians handle it all. We don't just install, we fortify your home for decades of protection. And right now, you can get zero interest, zero payments for 24 months. Call today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
So, in total, how much would you say you lost in this scam?
I would say over $1 million. I worked really hard my whole life, and I wanted someone to share it with. I thought he really did love me, but he scammed me. It's not just the money. You almost lose a part of yourself.
Every year, older Americans lose hundreds of millions of dollars to romance scams just like this. I'm Connecticut Attorney General William Tong. With AARP, we're working hard to stop these scams before they start.
Visit aarp.org/fraudwatchnetwork.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-690-6464. That's 800-690-6464. Again, that's 800-690-6464.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. In Northern California, 8 backcountry skiers are confirmed dead, one still missing after an avalanche. Local Sheriff's Captain Russell Green on the search conditions.
Snowing, very little visibility, high avalanche danger.
6 other skiers were rescued earlier. Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg is taking the stand in a civil case. CBS's Jolene Kent.
Zuckerberg's testimony is likely to focus on how his platforms protect users. The defense has argued that mental health issues have influenced plaintiffs.
Plaintiffs claim Instagram is designed to be addictive and kids are not protected. Zuckerberg denies that. CBS's Jonathan Vigliotti has the latest on the search for Nancy Guthrie in Arizona.
Late last night, the sheriff telling me he has not ruled out if the suspect had an accomplice that may have also entered the home. This is now day 18 and still many questions as the search continues.
CBS News Brief, I'm Heather Bosch.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
It's been a year since a man claiming he'd been held captive for 20 years set fire to Kimberly Sullivan's Waterbury home. The case is still in the pre-trial process as attorneys for Sullivan say it's nothing but a witch hunt. Ioannis Kaloidis, the attorney representing Sullivan, says her stepson, who is 31 years old now, had access to food and there was no restraints nor captivity, and that he was free to come and go as he pleased. The stepson, who is referred to as S, was malnourished and only 68 pounds when he was found February 17th last year. A new bill regarding housing has been introduced to the General Assembly, and it's already causing a controversy among those who believe that existing housing reforms will limit the power of local planning and zoning boards. Supporters say that SB 151 is aimed at encouraging the construction of starter homes and increasing housing supply by limiting certain zoning regulations like lot size caps and setback and dimensional restrictions. New London Democratic State Senator Martha Marks has been a champion of this bill and believes it will make it easier for young people to buy homes.
It's so important to be able to buy your home, but we have no starter homes, and they're not building any starter homes. They want a garage to work on their motorcycle, or they want a room for crafting, or they want to be able to have a garden in their backyard, but there's no small starter homes.
However, critics of the bill have raised concerns that the bill will render the decisions of local planning and zoning boards obsolete. Maria Weingarten from CT 169 Strong said as much earlier this morning on the Lisa Wexler Show on WICC.
If you consider what happened in 8002, a planning and zoning can no longer deny a project based on lack of parking, on-site parking. This will be a disaster. This is going to be, a real concern.
An investigation is underway after a letter containing an unknown white powdery substance was sent to the Connecticut Lottery headquarters. Police say a receptionist opened the letter Tuesday. Police, fire crews, and the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection all responded to the scene. The scene was cleared about an hour later. There's no word on if the substance has been identified. The Quaker Farms School in Oxford was open today after a week of canceled classes due to infrastructure issues. The problems started when a power outage caused the heat to go off and pipes froze. WTNH-TV News 8 also reported the reason for the power outage remains unclear. Federal officials are weighing in on the situation at the concierge apartments in Rocky Hill. Democratic Senator Chris Murphy, as well as 1st District Democratic Congressman John Larson, were at the apartments Tuesday surveying the damage. Murphy said, quote, "This place was in disarray to begin with. Earlier this month, dozens of residents were displaced after multiple issues, including a lack of heating and hot water, burst pipes, flooding, and a failing fire suppression system." Attorney General William Tong opened an investigation into the building's management company following the displacement.
Century Hills committed in writing will fairly compensate all affected residents. We hope so and demand that you do. My hope is that this is the start of a discussion and a negotiation about how they are going to make this right.
Residents of Building B started returning to their apartments today, but residents of Buildings A and C will have to wait longer. The state wants to use $3.15 million in federal funding to create New England's first active shooter training facility right here in Connecticut. The funding will support the construction of a 2-story training facility in Bristol that will be equipped with a 50-yard indoor police firing range, as well as other mentoring and training opportunities. Officials are still trying to determine where in Bristol the facility will be built, and an opening date has not yet been announced. The Connecticut Department of Transportation is considering replacing the electric trains on the East Shore Line with diesel engines. The move would save the state close to $9 million, according to the DOT. The shift would impact 9 stops between New Haven and New London. And the UConn men's basketball team is returning to the court. The Huskies will host Creighton tonight at 7 p.m. at Gamble Pavilion. UConn is 24-2 overall. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
84 westbound accident reported between exit 10 and 9. Eastbound side, you do have onlooking delays starting about exit 8. 95, the northbound side plan on about an hour from Greenwich going through Fairfield. The Parkway overall is a little bit easier. New Haven 95 south busy but moving going through Longworth. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, rain ending early with a low near 30. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 40. A mix of rain and snow on Friday with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If Stratford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Getting some text messages here regarding our opening topic of the day, this climate super fund. Now, you may say, well, we already have one on the federal level. Yes, Connecticut's a state that's considering doing it here. They want to go after big energy companies for stuff that was done 20, 30, 40 years ago. And the people that are in favor of this seem to live in some Shangri-La land where you don't think the companies are just going to shift these costs onto consumers. Now, you may be all right with that. I'm just telling you. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Had a person send a text here. Hey, Paul, they knew how dangerous tetraethyl lead was to use in gasoline years ago. Yes, of course they did. But that was the best we could do for the time. And we have long since eliminated lead, which was used as a lubricant in gasoline. We advanced our knowledge of this, and we found a better, cleaner way. Now, is there proof that there was some big conspiracy that held back something that could have been used instead of lead? I don't know. I'm not a petrochemist here, or a petrol chemist, or whatever they call somebody who figures out gasoline additives. You know, my point is simply that if we're going to start going back 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago, when does that stop? We going to do this in every business now? And a climate superfund, you don't think that will be fraught or ripe with corruption here in this state? How could you sell me on this? I don't know. Put together a committee of people to make sure that every cent here is accounted for? But the bottom line is if the state goes with this, and you may be okay with this, if the state goes with this, you're going to be paying for it, and I'll be paying for it. Because there is no way, remember, companies are companies, commercial companies are commercial companies. They're not charities. And they will look at anything that legislators do. They will look at anything that legislators do as an added cost. Now, some company, like I said, there's only so many things a company can do when they are mandated to have another cost. They can absorb all of it and not pass any of it on to their consumers. They can absorb a percentage of it and pass a percentage of it on to consumers, or they can absorb none of it and pass it all on to consumers because, hey, you need the fuel oil we're selling, you need the natural gas we're selling, and you need the refined gasoline we're selling. So figure that out. But maybe you like this idea. We'll have Chris go over the answers coming up at the top of the hour at 4. 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. I want to play a bite here that Chris used in his news. And we have a member of Fairfield County's state House delegation. State Rep Tina Corpus is going to join us, Republican from Lower Fairfield County, regarding that public hearing that was held yesterday on this Senate Bill 151, if I can shift gears here. And this would really severely weaken local zoning here. And again, all these zoning bills that are passing in housing, look, they have crosshairs on 3 areas. I keep telling you this: Lower Fairfield County, suburban Hartford, Farmington, Simsbury, West Simsbury, and the East Shore once you get past New Haven. Branford, North Branford, Guilford, all the way out to Lyme and Old Lyme and East Lyme and all that. Now, part of this bill is to cut down minimum lot requirement sizes. In other words, you know, you can't go above. I think the bill would say the lowest you can go on a minimum lot is 5,000 square feet. You can't go any higher. And also to maybe subdivide some lots or some areas to squeeze more housing in there. So Martha Marks, I don't know if she chairs the housing committee, but she certainly is a high-ranking Democrat there. She was a big proponent of the housing bill, although as people have showed me her performance during that public hearing and the debate on the bill, less than stellar. But I guess when she was asked either by a reporter or during the debate yesterday, she was quoted to have said this as to why we need this new housing bill.
It's so important to be able to buy your home, but we have no starter homes, and they're not building any starter homes. They want a garage to work on their motorcycle, or they want a room for crafting, or they want to be able to have a garden in their backyard, but there's no small starter homes.
Because, Madam Senator, there's a reason there's no small starter homes. It's because developers won't build them. Now, you could say, well, it's because of the zoning regulations. Okay, so if they put them on smaller lots, do you think they're going to be affordable? No, they'll still be really expensive. So instead of the house being $450,000, it'll be $325,000. Is that affordable? See, none of what they're debating at the Capitol right now has anything to do with affordability. It's not even mentioned in this housing bill. So they have shifted now from affordability to attacking property rights. And this is what the progressives in this state will do. They have a governor who will not raise taxes. He has said that. He's pushing back again on a capital gains surcharge. But Governor Lamont, in an election year, is not going to raise taxes. And I doubt he would sign this. But what the progressives do in Hartford is if they can't squeeze or bleed any more taxes out of people, especially in Fairfield County, especially in and about suburban Hartford or the Connecticut River Valley, they will say, well, guess what then? We will take from your property. We will take from your property value. We will force your area of town to have smaller lots. And thereby, if we're jamming houses down the street from you, guess what? Too bad. And another thing that, again, I don't know if it was talked about yesterday. We'll talk with Representative Corpus about this in a little bit from Fairfield County. All this subdividing in smaller lots and more houses, what does that do to capacity of the schools? Hey, did anybody think of that? Are you then going to build more classrooms? You're going to build classroom extensions on these schools? You're going to knock out some walls and build more facilities there? Or is this just progressive lunacy? I think it is. Traffic and weather together, a lot more coming up right here on WICC.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com, your legacy, our commitment.
Since 2007, Jane Doe No More has improved the lives of countless survivors of sexual crimes. What started as a grassroots organization is now a growing movement. Come celebrate at the 15th Annual Gala and Dr. Henry C. Lee Awards on Saturday, March 21st at the Waterview in Monroe, Connecticut. Join presenting sponsor the Pettit Family Foundation for a Casino Royale Gala. Great food, open bar, auctions, dance party, and much more. For more information on tickets and sponsorships, visit janedoenomore.org.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
84 westbound accident reported between exit 10 and 9. Eastbound side, you do have unlooking delays starting about exit 8. 95, the northbound side plan on about an hour from Greenwich going through Fairfield. The Parkway overall is a little bit easier. New Haven 95 south busy but moving going through Longmore. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Rain ending early this evening with low near 30. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 40. A mix of rain and snow on Friday with a high in the upper 30s to near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. Now on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422-333-WICC. Also coming up next hour, bottom of next hour, right after the 4:30 news, our buddy, our pal, one of our favorite contributors here, Thane Rosenbaum, CBS News on the national scale. And Melissa talks about this a lot on her show in the morning here with a lot of experts. Big trial going on. Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg on the stand today. Answering questions as to whether or not his platforms and other platforms, and again, another couple of platforms have come to agreements, I guess, in a case where I guess a young woman either harmed herself or ended her life, as I understand it. But big case out there. I think it's in California, so we'll get Thane Rosenbaum's opinion on that and more. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And again, it's a big deal, too, because you've got scenarios here where more and more experts are saying, hey, some kids, especially young kids who may not be in the strongest state of mental health, you know, they may rely a little bit too much on social media. It may reinforce negative things. And is social media just, for example, like alcohol or drugs, where the manufacture of those products, although they are legal products, some people may overuse them to compensate? So we'll get Thane's update on that coming up right after the news at the bottom of the hour. Two things, though, in Hartford you should pay attention to. Number one is a public hearing that was held yesterday, admittedly, with nothing to do toward affordable housing. So I guess housing got affordable then, since the second housing bill was passed in an emergency. Yeah, we had an emergency in November, so we had to pass that. And now they say this Senate bill, SB 151, is about starter homes. Is that even a thing anymore? Seriously. Now, I remember in my dad's gen, my mom and dad and my grandmother and grandfather on both sides, yeah, you had a small house, one that, you probably didn't have kids, or you had one kid, and you had a starter home. Does that even exist in Connecticut? Now, again, I know there were smaller houses still around. Some are very quaint. Some are nice. But they're still expensive. See, here's the problem. You had people in Hartford, and I think many of them with all good intentions, honestly, with all good intentions, who think they can artificially change a market. You can't. You can't. It's like the same people who think, well, I have an idea as to how to eliminate the turnpike traffic on I-95. They're doing this in Stamford. What are you going to do? We're going to put another lane in. Yeah, and that's not going to work either, because that extra lane you put in is just going to jam up the minute you cut the ribbon and everybody leaves. So you can put all the lanes in you want on I-95 and Route 8 and Route 25 and Route 7 of the Parkway. There's still going to be too much traffic. You can do every kind of starter home this and affordable housing that. The market dictates. I know a certain amount of any new development will have to be affordable housing, and they have that formula they use. And every other unit that a developer builds, because that's what developers do, is going to be a top dollar unit. I don't blame them. They're developers. They're businessmen and women. They're not charities. So all this proselytizing and all this, I don't know, what's the word I'm looking for? Grandstanding, I guess, bloviating about affordable housing, it's never going to work. Yeah, there'll be some affordable units. We know that. By law, 830G, we got all that. But beyond that, you're not going to change the market. No matter how much politicians try and do, the market regulates itself. Supply and demand. High demand, low supply, it's expensive. Low demand, high supply, it's cheap. Economic elasticity 101. Simple stuff you learn in college or in high school, for that matter. Bob and Trumbull's here. Bob, good afternoon. How are you?
Oh, good, Reverend. I got three things before you hang up on me.
Okay, real quick. Number one.
Okay, number one for this housing, for the fine land. Take all these football fields and baseball fields and all these schools and build housing.
Wait a minute.
Let me.
Yeah, where do they
the rest
play?
Of that. And anybody that cleared all their trees down in Greenwich, we take that and we put up affordable housing.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, the second, the super
number
fun
two.
stuff.
Yeah.
Number two, the super fun stuff.
Yeah.
Put it on the Connecticut tax return, and if all the liberals and those kind of people want to donate,
I agree.
They put it on their tax return,
Put a
and
check
that
off
would
on
fund
there.
that stuff.
There you go. All right,
Okay,
number three.
The third thing.
Yeah.
Now, did you see that the president took my idea?
Yeah.
He fired up 2 coal plants
He did.
for TVA.
He did.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think we ought to fire up Bridgeport Harbor and Norwalk Harbor Station.
Yeah,
and
Bob.
In the coal plants.
Yeah.
And hey, he even mandated that the government buy from these coal plants because it's so much cheaper.
Yeah.
So
That's it. That's it. That was good,
Well,
Bob. That was.
What do you think?
Bob.
Wouldn't that be good to fire up the coal plant in Bridgeport?
Forget 2 and 3. I'm going to go back to number 1, where you said build housing on football and baseball fields. Well, where do they play the games?
Stickball in the street.
All right, Bob. That's it. Stickball in the street. Although we did play in the street, but we played tennis ball baseball. We didn't have. It wasn't a broomstick with a Spalding. That's the name of the little ball. No. We used regular sized bats and tennis balls. Bob wants no other CIAC Friday night football. I got to ask Dave Rudin about that. The Rudin Report. Maybe Dave. It's here on WICC. Maybe Dave will cover touch football on asphalt. How about that? Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
84 westbound accident reported between exit 10 and 9. Eastbound side, you do have unlooking delays starting about exit 8. 95, the northbound side plan on about an hour from Greenwich going through Fairfield. The Parkway overall is a little bit easier. New Haven 95 south busy but moving going through Long Wharf. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, rain ending early with a low near 30. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 40. A mix of rain and snow on Friday with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Spring is in the air at Gusto Trattoria in Milford. For this season of Lent, come to Gusto for lunch or dinner. Enjoy Lent specials, including special seafood dishes, homemade pastas, daily specials, and every Tuesday night, Gusto's famous pasta cheese wheel from 5 to 9. Plus, time to book Gusto's private party rooms for your upcoming family celebrations and business events. Gusto will handle all the details. Come enjoy Gusto Trattoria in Milford, 255 Boston Post Road, Milford. The art of Italian living. GustoTrattoria.com.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart Sellers Ask. Is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, a couple things coming up. We'll talk to a member of the Connecticut General Assembly straight ahead regarding this bill that was bandied about yesterday. I can't see this being signed by the governor this year, but maybe I'm wrong. Basically, the big thing of the bill here, it would, in a sense, outlaw cities and towns from setting up minimum zoning of over 5,000 square feet. So I don't know what your city, if you're listening to me now, I don't know what your city or town does, what the minimum or maximum zoning is in your city or town, and maybe in your neighborhood. So keep that in mind. The major, now it would mandate minimum and maximum setbacks and all that from homes and in the backyard too, and multiple units and other things on the parcel. But the big thing here is the number is, I believe, 5,000 square feet. So a city or town, if they want to, lower, for example, the density of housing in a neighborhood, they do that by saying, hey, you've got to have, to cut down on housing in a neighborhood and to maintain some property values, they end up making a bigger minimum zone here or in square footage. So SB 151 would outlaw any minimum zoning, as I believe, over 5,000 square feet. We'll check on that and more coming up.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Heather Bosch. Rescue turns to recovery in Northern California. 8 backcountry skiers are confirmed dead after an avalanche.
The avalanche near Castle Peak in Nevada County was reported around 11:30 a.m. Tuesday as a heavy snowstorm moved through Northern California, bringing blizzard conditions to higher elevations. 15 backcountry skiers were involved. 6 were rescued. Nevada County Sheriff Shannon Moon says the conditions are dangerous.
We could have all the resources we want, but if it's not safe to get to that location, we really have to make sure that we're making great decisions on this site.
Another storm is expected tonight. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
In Los Angeles.
Mr. Zuckerberg, did Meta purposely design the platform to harm children?
Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg arrives at a courthouse where he testified in a civil case over his social media platforms. Plaintiffs claim kids are not protected. Zuckerberg says policy is not to allow kids under 13 to set up accounts, but people lie to skirt the rules. It's been 18 days since Nancy Guthrie disappeared from her Arizona home. Pima County, Arizona Sheriff Chris Nanos tells the BBC.
For me, the priority is that house, that crime scene. We have DNA found at a glove that's 2 miles away, but you could have gloves that were found 5 or 6 miles away. We have, like I say, 40,000 leads. You have to start prioritizing those leads.
Billionaire businessman Les Wexner is testifying before members of Congress about his longtime friendship with Jeffrey Epstein. Wexner says he had no idea about Epstein's crimes. Representative Jasmine Crockett is skeptical.
It is almost inconceivable to be missing the amounts of money that are missing, and somehow Mr. Wexner have no idea.
Wexner says Epstein was a con man. The U.S. Transportation Department cracks down on driving schools. Here's CBS's Allison Keyes.
The DOT says more than 500 commercial schools where both bus drivers and truckers are trained must close. The agency says investigations found instructors who weren't qualified, students who weren't adequately tested, and a plethora of other safety issues.
The Vatican says no to President Trump's plans for Gaza. CBS's Sabina Castelfranco explains.
The Vatican's
Top diplomat Cardinal Pietro Parolin has said the Vatican will not participate in President Trump's so-called Board of Peace initiative. Parolin said the Vatican believes the United Nations is the institution responsible for managing crisis situations.
The Board of Peace is meant to guide governing and rebuilding in the territory. It's scheduled to meet for the first time tomorrow. This is CBS News.
I want to know what's going on in the world.
I'm Tony.
There are big questions that all of us are asking. I want to get you the answers.
How are you?
I'm Tony DeCopel. Join me on the CBS Evening News.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-269-3454. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-269-3454 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-269-3454 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-269-3454.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A new bill regarding housing has been introduced to the General Assembly, and it's already causing controversy among those who believe that existing housing reforms will limit the power of local planning and zoning boards. Supporters say that SB 151 is aimed at encouraging the construction of starter homes and increasing housing supply by limiting certain zoning regulations like lot size caps and setback and dimensional restrictions. New London Democratic State Senator Martha Marks has been a champion of this bill and believes it will make it easier for young people to buy homes.
It's so important to be able to buy your home, but we have no starter homes, and they're not building any starter homes. They want a garage to work on their motorcycle, or they want a room for crafting, or they want to be able to have a garden in their backyard, but there's no small starter homes.
However, critics of the bill have raised concerns that the bill will render any decision of local planning and zoning boards obsolete. Maria Weingarten from CT 169 Strong said as much earlier this morning on the Lisa Wexler Show on WICC.
If you consider what happened in 8002, planning and zoning can no longer deny a project based on lack of parking, on-site parking. This will be a disaster. This is going to be, a real concern.
It's been a year since a man claiming he'd been held captive for 20 years set fire to Kimberly Sullivan's Waterbury home. The case is still in the pre-trial process, as attorneys for Sullivan say it's nothing but a witch hunt. Ioannis Kaloidis, the attorney representing Sullivan, says her stepson, who is 31 years old now, had access to food and there were no restraints nor captivity, and that he was free to come and go as he pleased. The stepson, who is referred to as S, was malnourished and only 68 pounds when he was found February 17th last year. And the UConn men's basketball team is returning to the court. The Huskies will host Creighton tonight at 7 p.m. at Gamble Pavilion. UConn is 24-2 overall. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound at least an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The lower Merritt slow ride starts in New Canaan. New Haven, 95 south, you're jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Wilbur Cross overall is a little bit easier. 91 southbound in Meriden, an accident at 691 Merge. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. And that's Krause at WICC Traffic.
Rain ending early this evening with low near 30. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 40. A mix of rain and snow on Friday with a high in the upper 30s to near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Couple of things on the front burner, or burners. I don't think you can put two things on the same burner. You probably could if the cookware is small enough and the burner is big enough. I guess it's probably not recommended by your local fire professionals, but I'm not one of them. So, But having said that, two things on the agenda for today. Number one, more fallout from yesterday's public hearing in Hartford over Senate Bill 151 that I would imagine would be causing some consternation in some areas of the state. Perhaps lower Fairfield County, perhaps the East Shore beyond New Haven, perhaps suburban Hartford, or a lot of all three areas. Very well-to-do properties there, very exclusive properties that have long been the targets of people who don't like those areas. Oh, by the way, to that end, this housing bill that would set limits on minimum lot sizes and all that, it is supported by an organization called Pro Homes CT, or Pro Homes Connecticut. It used to be called Desegregate Connecticut. So they've now shifted away from using the race card. Because I said, well, who's behind this bill? And did a little checking on it. And I'm like, oh, Pro Home CT, which used to be Desegregate Connecticut, on the assumption that Connecticut is segregated. Because, of course, we are all racists at heart. All right. So we'll talk about that. But also the question of the day today that you folks have actually given us some incredibly good perspectives on. Do you support a proposed Connecticut climate superfund? A climate superfund that would force big fuel companies, in theory, to help pay for costs connected to climate change. Now, you may have seen or heard where other states are doing this. I think Vermont is one, New York is one, but it's getting tied up. And my thought on this is, go ahead and say yes, but you will pay more. I mean, if you start lopping these environmental penalties and everything on these companies going back to the 1990s, you don't think the costs are going to be passed on to you? Come on, this is Connecticut, where we tell taxpayers and folks, hey, the state pier is only going to cost $90 million. Well, it's about $300 million now, and still going. I'm shocked, rather. Aren't you shocked that a state project is over budget? Incredible. We'll talk about the Senate Bill 151 momentarily with a member of the General Assembly. First, though, Chris Williams has been looking over the answers to our question today as to whether folks want this climate superfund in the state, if it ever would happen. Chris, what do you have for us?
Rich is a negative. Charlie, Bob, Gary, and Edward are all no. John said it depends on how the plan is laid out and what the money is actually going towards. Daniel thinks mandatory renewable on electricity should not go up every year. And Mike said, hell no. How about a road use tax for electric vehicles that don't pay their wear and tear on our roads instead? Somebody else said that, but who was it?
Can't have that, though, right? Yeah. You're talking to him, yeah. Can't have that, though. Even a lot of blue states have road use taxes for EVs, saying, hey, with all due respect, it's good for the environment, but you got to pay us something. Not here, though. Not here in Connecticut, no. All right, we'll shift gears. We have a member of the General Assembly standing by to give us her thoughts on what was said and heard yesterday as the housing debate now takes another shift on a bill that even the proponents say has nothing to do with affordable housing. We'll do that and more coming up right here on WICC.
As March approaches, NCAA basketball is just heating up. Get on board for all the action of Big Ten basketball on WICC. Every weekend, hear matchups from across the country live. Every basket, every buzzer beater, every single moment. NCAA basketball lives here. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
When life turns uncertain, Bridgeport Rescue Mission is here, providing food, shelter, and support to local families and individuals when they need it most.
Did you know that Sage Healthcare is a free multidisciplinary community clinic embedded with the Bridgeport Rescue Mission? Sage Healthcare, no cost, no barriers, just healthcare.
Give today for hope for tomorrow. Go to bridgeportrescuemission.org. Let your donation restore hope. bridgeportrescuemission.org.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit Ellen J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
The Klein Auditorium in Bridgeport is excited to announce a special free performance by the U.S. Navy band Sea Chanters. It's the Navy's official chorus making their Klein debut. Hear a broad selection of musical works, from patriotic selections, traditional sea shanties, and feel-good classics by Stevie Wonder, the Andrews Sisters, a Motown medley, and more. The concert is on Tuesday, March 3rd at 7 p.m. For ticket information to this free concert, visit theklein.org or call the Klein box office.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question: is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-939-2525. That's 800-939-2525. 800-939-2525.
When bad weather hits, go to voiceofct.com to get the latest school and business closings and delays. It's the Voice of Connecticut Storm Center, powered by Sono Collision.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, at least an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The lower Merritt slow ride starts in New Canaan. New Haven, 95 south, you're jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Wilbur Cross overall is a little bit easier. 91 southbound in Meriden, an accident at the 691 merge. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. And that's Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, rain ending early with a low near 30. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 40. A mix of rain and snow on Friday with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
This year marks 100 years of broadcasting for WICC. Thank you, the voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9.
Yeah, Paul Buselli here. How are you? It's Connecticut Today. We're together, you and I, spread the word Monday through Friday, 2 to 6, talking about the big issues, especially important to Fairfield County. Come on, we know what these bills are all about. Hey, come on. So we're talking about Senate Bill SB 151, which I am shocked was introduced in an election year, but what do I know? So there was a big public hearing on this yesterday. Real convenient, middle of the day on a Tuesday after a holiday weekend. I'm shocked. Joining us right now with her thoughts is Republican State Rep Tina Korpos. She represents District 149, Greenwich and Stamford, two communities, obviously, with deep interest in this bill. She's also a member of the General Assembly's Housing Committee, and I think this is maybe her first visit here, if I'm not mistaken. Hey, Tina, it's Paul. Good afternoon. How are you?
Fine, thank you, Paul. Yes, it's my first visit. Thanks so much for having me.
Well, great for the time, Tina. We appreciate it. So, what did you think yesterday? I find this interesting because even the supporters say, well, this is not about affordable housing. This is about, some of this zoning and land use and square footage that we don't agree with. What are your thoughts coming off of what you may have heard yesterday?
Well, you stated it perfectly. After 6 hours of public hearing and 84 people testifying and over 100 pieces of written testimony, some of the most fundamental questions, the fundamental questions of this bill are still unanswered, which is there is no guarantee that even with the negative byproducts, which I think are many in this bill, that we will actually end up with more affordable housing in Connecticut. And that is an enormous flaw. We also don't have any answers to the fundamental question of how is this going to work? How do you, by densifying Connecticut's towns in the subdivisions contemplated by this bill, how do you support that? How do you support that from the perspective of parking, sewer, water, schools, roads, fire, police? After 6 hours, none of those questions are still answered, and that is obviously very problematic.
And one of the main, Tina, sponsors of this bill, Martha Marks, state Senate member, Democrat who chairs, I believe, housing, she said, well, this is for starter homes. And all right, I understand that theory, not so much from our generation here, but from my parents' and grandparents' generation. Well, Tina, look, I'm no expert in zoning or any sort of real estate, but if you carve up these residential areas further with the quest of putting starter homes on there, there's no guarantee that even those starter homes are going to be affordable. I mean, developers are developers. They're businessmen and women, right?
That's right. And I have this issue with the way we approach housing policy here in the state of Connecticut. And it was interesting to me yesterday. Some of the proponents of the bill, legislators, cited a CBIA, which is our main business organization, cited a CBIA study which said the most significant block, if you will, of businesses coming to Connecticut is lack of housing. And that was sort of quoted out there in the, in the public domain yesterday. But I pulled up that report, and what it says as solutions to fixing that is really not what this bill does. The solutions to fixing that are lowering taxes, lowering regulations, red tape, and fees on businesses to attract them to come here, lowering electric rates to make the state more affordable, and doing all of the things that holistically make the price of housing go down. The construction costs in Connecticut are really high. We make it very difficult for people to do business here and to build here. And so to take one slice of the housing equation that is zoning and think that this is going to fix that affordability problem is, it just doesn't work, in my opinion.
Yeah, and Tina, you may have people that you know in the business too, but I have people I know that are real estate agents, and I was talking to one of them a couple of months ago, and she told me that it is a battle when it comes down to getting a yes from the seller and getting a yes from the buyer once the subject of, as you said, property taxes are discussed. And she said more than one client in order to close a sale. The seller has had to come down 10, 20, 30 grand to get the buyer to say yes because of the odorous property taxes here. That's a major problem.
It is a major problem. I have an interesting district because I have a third of Greenwich and then a part of the city of Stamford. So I have a suburban town and a city, big city in Connecticut terms. And when I am with my constituents in North Stamford, they are really upset about their property tax increases in Stamford. Less so in Greenwich, although we just had a property assessment, which may, really rankle people in town come the July 1 bill. But yes, that is a big issue. And you can't get that under control unless you decrease some of the burdens that we're putting on towns. And, when you look at SB 151, which hasn't passed, and I hope doesn't pass, in conjunction with 8002, which did pass in the special session in November, this is a lot of burden on towns and a lot of burden, especially the 8002. And you can't staff that. You can't do that work. You can't fulfill those unfunded mandates unless you raise property taxes. That's the only lever municipal governments have. So you're absolutely right.
Yeah, and Tina, you mentioned this earlier with this, and that's great. Okay, you bring other people into a neighborhood and into a town. Well, police, fire, students, capacity at the elementary schools, capacity at the high schools, all the special ed money. I mean, is anybody who, and I know you can't get into their minds, but is anybody who supports this bill, have they taken a logical look at all those other ancillary things you mentioned?
Well, I'm sure that I know that the intentions are good behind this bill, but, as a freshman legislator, I was first elected in 2024, and I have my career was in the private sector in corporate law and banking. And so this is a new world for me in some ways. And, yeah.
Really? Come on, Tina. How many times do you roll your eyes? I'm kidding. You don't have to answer that.
Well, I mean, the truth is it's an absolute privilege to do this work.
Sure, yeah.
But when one thing I think is really missing from the legislative equation is that everyone, or not everyone, legislators have their little view of the world or their thing that they want to get done.
Yeah.
Or their, soapbox or their issue. But no one, or we don't look enough at the big picture.
Yeah.
Like, okay, yeah, I want my children, when they come of age, to be able to come and back and live in starter homes of the community they grew up in. Yes, I want to retire into a house. I want to be able to afford Connecticut for the rest of my life. Yeah. Yes, I want there to be no homeless on the street. Like, of course we all want these things, but that's not the job. The job is not to get up on a soapbox and advocate for what, you specifically think is right. The job is more to solve problems, taking all of these issues into account. And I think that big picture is often lacking. How are we going to pay for it? How are we going to support all these starter homes or subdivisions? How are we going to get down the street with a fire truck if there's no parking required, off street? So I think sometimes people surprisingly often, in my opinion, people lose the forest for the trees in the legislature.
Final question, Tina. Look into your crystal ball, because I know every legislator has one on their desk or, in the car or whatever. Does this even come up for a vote, or is this, I don't know, I said it sounded to me kind of like a little bit of red meat, like, hey, we hear you guys and gals on the progressive left. We love you. We'll put this up. But in an election year, Tina, can you see this coming up for a vote? I can't. I'd be shocked. But then again, who knows?
I don't know the answer to that. Anything is possible. But I do think, two things. Like, a lot of political capital was spent in kind of all directions last year on housing. It took up a lot of airtime in the legislature. So, the ink's not even dry on 8002. So it's a big push to do something else, which, by the way, footnote, has not even been clearly laid out how that fits together with a housing bill. 151, it's not clear to me how it fits together with the housing bill we passed. So that's number one. And number two, even if it is a sort of throwing spaghetti at a wall, or if it is a bill that really is going to have legs, either way, it erodes the public trust in the system when we are putting stuff out there that's not fully baked or fully thought through. So I don't think it's a good way to make policy either way.
All right. Republican State Rep Tina Corpus, that's District 149 Greenwich, part of Greenwich and part of Stamford, and she is a member of the Housing Committee. Tina, thank you. Appreciate it. You got the phone number now, so don't hesitate to contact us when you want to get your voice on the air. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much, Paul. Thanks for having me. Take care.
All right, Tina, thanks. Tina Corpus, District 149, a chunk of Greenwich and a chunk of Stamford, and she's on the Housing Committee, so there you go. All right. Traffic and weather together coming up right here, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound at least an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The lower Merritt slow ride starts in New Canaan. New Haven, 95 south, you're jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Wilbur Cross overall is a little bit easier. 91 southbound in Meriden, an accident at 691 Merge. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. And that's Krause at WICC Traffic.
Rain ending early this evening with low near 30. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 40. A mix of rain and snow on Friday with a high in the upper 30s to near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Sono Collision, Fairfield County's best for top quality collision repairs. We deliver unmatched precision and care to restore your vehicle. Trust us for excellence. Visit sonocollision.com or call 203-939-9955.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Yale New Haven Health's Heart and Vascular Center delivers the pioneering science of Yale School of Medicine, like groundbreaking research that helped redefine the international guidelines for treating heart failure, and a new procedure to detect coronary microvascular disease, often misdiagnosed in women. Yale New Haven Health and Yale School of Medicine. Together, we're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
For the best FCAC high school basketball coverage, tune in Sunday morning at 11 a.m. for Nothing But Net. Every Sunday on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. Nothing But Net, brought to you by Duchess. Fresh food, served fast.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do, because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PROFIT for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code PROFIT. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PROFIT for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PROFIT.
Need metal? Metal Supermarkets, the world's largest small quantity metal supplier, is open in Bridgeport. The metal you need, cut to size and ready fast. Call or visit at 1085 Connecticut Avenue and ask about the other metal services we provide.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. A rescue turns to recovery in Northern California. 8 backcountry skiers are confirmed dead after an avalanche. Russell Green with the Nevada County Sheriff's Office.
We're actively going to do the recovery as soon as we can. We currently still have approximately 20 resources assigned to this incident.
6 other skiers were rescued. 1 is missing. Billionaire Les Wexner is being questioned by Congress about his longtime friendship with Jeffrey Epstein. CBS's Torianne Small.
He's viewed as someone who can provide more information and insight, not necessarily as someone under investigation himself.
The U.S. has assembled a massive naval force in the region around Iran. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
There's many reasons and arguments that one could make for a strike against Iran.
Even so, the U.S. and Iran are reporting progress in indirect talks aimed at curbing Iran's nuclear program. CBS News Brief, I'm Heather Bosch.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The Quaker Farms School in Oxford was open today after a week of canceled classes due to infrastructure issues. The problems started when a power outage caused the heat to go off and pipes froze. WTNH-TV News 8 also reported the reason for the power outage remains unclear. A Norwalk police officer is facing charges after being arrested in North Carolina. According to reports, Officer Mark Suda was arrested on suspicion of drunk driving in Hanover County, North Carolina on Sunday morning. Norwalk police did not provide any information on the details of the arrest. Chief James Walsh did, however, state that Suda has been placed on administrative restricted duty pending the outcome of the criminal case. The state wants to use $3.15 million in federal funding to create New England's first active shooter training facility right here in Connecticut. The funding will support the construction of a 2-story training facility in Bristol that will be equipped with a 50-yard indoor police firing range as well as other mentoring and training opportunities. Officials are still trying to determine where in Bristol the facility will be built, and an opening date has not been announced. An investigation is underway after a letter containing an unknown white powdery substance was sent to the Connecticut Lottery headquarters. Police say a receptionist opened the letter Tuesday. Police, fire crews, and the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection all responded to the scene. The scene was cleared about an hour later. There's no word on if the substance has been identified. Federal officials are weighing in on the situation at the Concierge Apartments in Rocky Hill. 1st District Democratic Congressman John Larson, as well as Democratic Senator Chris Murphy, were at the apartments Tuesday surveying the damage. Murphy said, quote, "This place was in disarray to begin with. Earlier this month, dozens of residents were displaced after multiple issues, including a lack of heating and hot water, burst pipes, flooding, and a failing fire suppression system." Attorney General William Tong opened an investigation into the building's management company following the displacement.
Century Hills committed in writing will fairly compensate all affected residents. We hope so, and demand that you do. My hope is that this is the start of a discussion and a negotiation about how they are going to make this right.
Residents of Building B started returning to their apartments today, but residents of Buildings A and C will have to wait longer. The Connecticut Department of Transportation is considering replacing the electric trains on the East Shore Line with diesel engines. The move would save the state close to $9 million, according to the DOT. The shift would impact 9 stops between New Haven and New London. Governor Ned Lamont this morning held a news conference in Hartford to raise awareness about a new state law that went into effect on January 1st, prohibiting pharmaceutical manufacturers and wholesale distributors from increasing the price of generic prescription drugs past the annual rate of inflation. Enacted through Public Act 25-168, the law enables the state to fine those manufacturers and distributors found to be in violation. It's the first of its kind in the nation. Governor Lamont also proposing more incentives to recruit police officers and firefighters. The push comes amid staffing shortages at departments across the state.
We have the best trained, most professional police and firefighters in the country. And we got to continue to do everything we can to make sure that this is a profession you know how incredibly important it is.
The governor announced a proposal to recruit and retain public safety officers that includes tuition forgiveness and a mortgage assistance program through the Connecticut Housing Finance Authority. Lamont said of the proposal, quote, "You're serving your state. We want to do everything we can to make sure you're able to continue your education and do it right." Yale University is looking for a new football coach. Tony Reno announced Tuesday that he is stepping down due to health reasons. Reno had served as Yale's head coach since 2012 and is second in program history with 83 wins. And Stop and Shop and several union locals with the United Food and Commercial Workers have reached agreement on new contracts. The unions collectively represent about 28,000 employees at 225 supermarkets in Connecticut, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island. The new contracts will be effective as of March 1st, providing wage increases, health insurance, and pension benefits. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, at least an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. The lower Merritt is the way to go. Slow ride starts in Norwalk. New Haven, 95 south. You're jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. And on 84, plenty of company through Danbury and Newtown. 91 south. Accident remains at exit 18. Traffic report is powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. You can reduce taxes you pay on your retirement income and keep the money you've saved with Bridgelight Financial Advisors tax saving strategies. Learn more at bridgelightadvisors.com. I'm Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, rain ending early with a low near 30. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 40. A mix of rain and snow on Friday with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Listen on Alexa.
And you'll never miss a moment.
Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, great to have you with us at almost 4:38. We'll get back to open phones coming up straight ahead. Our pal Dan Harv, Hearst, Connecticut Media, coming up 5:15. All right, you may have heard at our top of the hour and bottom of the hour updates from CBS. There's a big trial going on, another one involving social media. And you may recognize the name, Mark Zuckerberg, the big boss there at Meta. And again, this all weaves into what Meta knew. When did they know it? Is their product or are their products knowingly able to harm young people? Are they addictive? All this in the courtroom is being bandied about. Our buddy Thane Rosenbaum, legal analyst, CBS News, chiming in on this, see what he saw today. Thane, it's Paul. How are you, sir?
Great hearing your voice always, Paul.
Thanks, Thane. Appreciate the time. Okay, a lot of people may say, well, all right, yeah, I kind of understand what's going on in this case, but give us the exact positions of both the defense and the prosecution here and the plaintiffs and what is going on here.
You know, it's sort of interesting, Paul. This case is a mirror image, in a way, of the case against Big Tobacco. And you'd say, how can that have anything to do with that? And it does. Because the argument on Big Tobacco was that it's not just the tobacco, it's the nicotine. That's what you did. You rigged the cigarette to take advantage of mental processes of our species that would make it a compulsion. And that's what you did. And that's what makes this dangerous. That's what the argument was. It's the nicotine, not the cigarette. And here's the analogy. It's the algorithm, not the content, right? So up until now, we were told that Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act gives social media companies absolute legal immunity for the third-party content that puts on their site, as if to say, we're just a bulletin board. That's all we do. And people put stuff on our site, and we're not responsible for what they put on their site.
Yeah.
So in all these congressional testimonies, Zuckerberg and the other chieftains of these big internet companies, that's what they've said. They said, look, you can't touch us. What makes this case unusual, different, and makes them vulnerable is that they're saying this is not about the content. This is about what your computer scientists are doing to the minds of our kids. That you have created an algorithm, that you have penetrated what they want, and you know how to play to their compulsions. So you know that this toy that you made, that's either a phone or a desktop, that they'll sit on it for 16 hours. The more they sit on it, the more advertising you can sell, because the more people that use it, the better it is. You're profiting off of our kids, and you're exposing them to depression, suicidal thoughts, bad body images, predatory adult predators. You've exposed them because you know they can't leave the device because you keep feeding them the thing they want. And so that's what made this. So you have a woman who's now in her 20s, but has said, I started on social media at 6, and I'm a mess. You know, I'm a mess. And she says, I've been on for 16 hours a day since I was 6. And I am a mess. And so she's a representative of essentially 1,500 other people that are waiting. They have their own lawsuits against Instagram. And that's a lot of people around the country that are sitting around waiting, because this is the first time a social media company has been exposed to a trial like this, right? That this is a trial. And again, where Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act probably won't help them, because this goes to something different. It goes to the product design, right? It's not the content. It's the design of your machinery. The platform itself is designed. And you know it, Mr. Zuckerberg.
Wow.
Your computer scientists know it. You know what you're doing.
So finally, Thane, does what you just laid out, and it eminently understandable, knowing that you've likened that to the amount of nicotine that was adjusted in cigarettes and now the algorithm, does that then neutralize, if I was an attorney for Meta or Facebook or Mr. Zuckerberg, if I said, well, wait a minute, that millions of people consume alcohol in this country and around the world, yes, some people develop to become sadly alcoholics, but there are 90-something% or more who can use our product responsibly. Would that be an argument or not?
Well, it could be, but again, think about the tobacco.
Yeah.
They're saying, people smoke cigarettes. The case of the tobacco was the nicotine. It wasn't the cigarette, right? You can make a cigarette without the nicotine, but you knew not to do that because you wanted people to buy a lot of packs. Every time they go, I need more than one pack. So I guess the alcohol doesn't have the same analogy. The social media has the analogy, except for one thing. Zuckerberg is saying, he said it today, he's going, are you kidding me? First of all, you're the parents. You have to be responsible for how much you're watching your kids. I have kids, too. I'm worried about them, too. I get it. I understand what's possible. But I have all kinds of age verifications. I have certain accounts that you can't open if you're under a certain age. It's not like I don't do anything. Okay. I'm trying my best to make sure I'm not – or you want me to make it like you may not know this, but Australia just passed a law that basically said no social media for kids, period. It's not up to the parents. We don't trust anybody, can't use it. So he's saying, as long as this is legal, I'm going to put out this product. I'm going to try to do what I can to protect your kids. But in the end of the day, if they're on 16 hours a day, then something's wrong in their house that you're not getting them away from their phone and their desktop. But one thing that you can know for sure, this has huge consequences.
Oh, my God.
Remember, they thought they had immunity. This case might explode into a giant judgment. This could result in tens of hundreds of billions of dollars of people who everyone will then say, I have bad body image because of this. I've had depression and suicidal thoughts. Wow. So this is Zuckerberg and Instagram and YouTube. They know. And by the way, last thought, Snapchat and TikTok settled.
They settled.
They didn't want to. Yeah, they didn't want to go through with this. They were afraid. They said, here's a check, go away.
Hey, that works with me, Thane. Here's a check. Give me the check, go away. Thane Rosenbaum, CBS News. Thane, as always, thanks, man. We appreciate it.
Thanks, buddy.
You. All right, thanks. There you go. Hey, works for me. Here's the check. I'll go away.
Okay, so your trophy's in the cabinet. Business is great. The growing pains are all in the past, and you're feeling optimistic. Now you're in big trouble. Because truth is, no matter how well you slayed your last quarter, the next one could slay you right back. And without a cohesive strategy and a scalable idea you can rely on, nothing is certain except uncertainty. Which is why for your next rodeo, you need the Next Rodeo. The Next Rodeo is a true creative partner that brings next-level creative thinking and production quality to companies who didn't believe they could afford it. So you can keep your company growing without outgrowing the dream that started it. The Next Rodeo. The difference between the business you have and the business you want is one great scalable idea. Get the full story at thenextrodeo.com.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
A very narrowly traded day on Wall Street as the markets moved very little throughout the session. The Dow ending with a 32.25 point gain to 49,533. S&P up 7 to 68.43, and the Nasdaq up about 31 points. It was weak in the morning as software and chip stocks sold off, but recovered at the end of the day to end at 22,578. The Russell 2000, the small cap index, also moved very little. Now, there was a little volatility in the bond market. Earlier in the day, we got as low as 4.01% on the 10-year note, finished at 4.06 as we wait on economic data due out this week, which includes the first look at fourth quarter GDP. Oil started the day on the upside, ended the day on the downside, off 60 cents to 62.29 a barrel, amid some reports that there may have been progress between the U.S. and Iran on nuclear talks. Gold did take a hit today, down $147, nearly 3%. Silver tumbled 6%, or $4.71 to 73.25 an ounce, while crypto was pretty quiet on the day. Again, waiting on a lot of economic data and geopolitical elements to determine the fate of the market for the rest of the week.
Offer not valid in all states or where prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Oh, who are you texting now?
I'm no one. I'm applying for a personal loan.
On your phone?
Yep.
You must have good credit.
Oh, I wish.
Don't you need good credit to get a personal loan?
Not anymore. 47fastcash.com has changed the game. Now, people with any type of credit, even bad credit, can get a personal loan up to $5,000.
Even bad credit?
Yep, and it only takes a few minutes. Best part, the money will be in my bank account by tomorrow.
Personal loans for any credit type and money as fast as the next day?
If you have a regular source of income, 47fastcash.com can help you get approved for up to $5,000, regardless of your credit history. And cash could be in your bank account as fast as the next day.
You were right. 47fastcash.com is a game changer. I never thought I would be approved for a personal loan.
Congrats! When you need cash help, go to the Game Changer, 47fastcash.com. That's 47fastcash.com. 47fastcash.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, at least an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. The lower Merritt is the way to go. Slow ride starts in Norwalk. New Haven, 95 south. You're jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. And on 84, plenty of company through Danbury and Newtown. 91 south. Accident remains at exit 18. Traffic report is powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. You can reduce taxes you pay on your retirement income and keep the money you've saved with Bridgelight Financial Advisors tax saving strategies. Learn more at bridgelightadvisors.com. I'm Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
Rain ending early this evening with a low near 30. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 40. A mix of rain and snow on Friday with a high in the upper 30s to near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Keeping you up to date on everything that matters. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
And thanks once again for an excellent, understandable legal breakdown there from our guy Thane Rosenbaum, CBS Radio News, legal analyst there, telling us, hey, this big social media trial going on. And he pointed out a couple of social media companies have already settled. So they've written the check to, I guess, some people who say their mental health was harmed here. So there it is, folks, to understand it. If you don't spend a lot of time on social media, I do because of what I do here. But the case revolves around the actual computer algorithm, which is the part of a computer code that says, okay, the user just did this. Knowing what I know about that user, how do I get him or her or he or she to stay activated on this viewing session the longest time possible? Because the longest time you're on, the longer time you're on there, the more advertising and impressions they can sell. Understand something. These social media companies, and look, they say, well, we bring the world together. We're great communication mediums. Okay, bottom line is you're an advertising company. The more clicks, the more viewing time, especially with young kids, the more money you make. And Thane's right. If this goes the wrong way, this could result in hundreds of billions of dollars of a loss. But we'll see. We'll see. But his likening of the algorithm that controls what young people, what everybody sees, what young people see in particular, likening that to nicotine and cigarettes. There you go. Yeah. Because at one time, you could smoke pipe tobacco or cigars or whatever, or cigarettes without nicotine. But it's the nicotine that hooked you. I've never taken a drag off a lit cigarette. I just smoked a few joints, smoked a couple of cigars, and that was it. Never. I just had no desire. No, there was something. Pipe tobacco, I like the smoke, the smell. Cigars, yeah, but cigarettes, never. I just never did. Matt in Derby is here at 52 past. Matt, how are you?
I'm okay, Paul. I agree a lot with Zuckerberg. If your kid's 16 hours a day on social media, where's mom and dad? Where they're your children? The problem is, I see it every morning when I'm driving to work.
Yeah,
I see the parent walking the kid to the bus stop, and the parent is on their phone. Yeah. There's your problem right there. Mom and dad are on their phone probably just as much as the kid. And I'm not saying Zuckerberg and them aren't liable to a point.
Yeah.
Where's the parental response? They're your kids. If you think it's dangerous, take the thing, throw it out the window, and that's the end of it.
And that's what Thane said during his commentary. He said, "Listen, it can be addictive as all you want, but the argument is going to be, where's the parenting here, right?" And his lawyers are probably going to say, "Listen, we don't want anybody to be on our platforms, Matt, 16 hours a day. That's not healthy."
No, it isn't. But it's a lot of these things. Everybody else is responsible. If I drink a case of beer tonight and drive someone over, it's Budweiser's.
Yeah, exactly. This Sue Budweiser. Yeah.
Yeah, no. Personal responsibility, right? They're your children. Take care of them.
That's where we are. Matt, thanks, man. Appreciate the call. Good to hear from you. And do me a favor, don't drink a case of beer and go driving. Okay. I'm sure the fine men and women at Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri, don't want you doing that. Yeah, this is interesting. What a case here. But again, to emphasize what Thane was saying, the argument, the attorneys representing, I guess, this girl and her family and the others who are plaintiffs in this case are going to say, yeah, but what your programmers did and your code writers did they not know that doing this is going to hook some people just the way the nicotine did with cigarettes? Because we all know somebody, right? I used to work with a guy in radio, great guy. He had to chew nicotine gum all day. Because if he didn't, he would go back to cigarettes. Big time addictive there. Bozzy's on with us. Hey, Steve, what's up, buddy?
You brought back some memories. I'll go quick.
Yeah.
My wife used to smoke years ago.
Okay.
And I used to work at Denby's Tobacco Barrel. I was an avid pipe smoker, got Savinelli pipes.
Yeah.
Now, let me tell you something. We gave it up about 21, 22 years ago.
Yeah.
I put the pipes away. But I'll tell you, we were on a cruise one time, my wife and I. This is when you can just take whatever ice cream and coffee you want. My wife was still smoking.
Yeah.
And it was like 1 o'clock in the morning. Went to the back of the ship.
Yeah.
Put our feet up on the railing.
Nice.
And I tell you, I don't advocate smoking, but there is nothing more relaxing than 1 o'clock in the morning on a cruise ship, just puffing on a smoke, sipping your coffee, and flicking them into the water.
I had a college professor. I think I remember his name, but he was an astronomy professor. Now remember, this is late 1970s, early 80s. He smoked the best smelling pipe tobacco I ever smelled. South African guy, and he smoked all during class, and nobody said a word.
I used to smoke when I was teaching drums years ago, and the parents never said anything, but Black Velvet, if anybody is out there that used to come into Denby's Tobacco Barrel in the mall downstairs, that Black Velvet used to go out of there like unbelievable. But I'm glad I'm not a smoker anymore. Like I said, it's been 22 years. But I heard you say something about smoking, and it just brought back the wonderful days. And those Savinelli pipes, it's all the way The lines are real tight. I mean, I have some beautiful. They're put away. They've been away for years,
Nice.
but I have some real nice ones.
Yeah, Boz, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, pipe smoking is, I guess, of all three of the main things you could smoke with tobacco, not with marijuana or hashish or anything. Did a little of that. But cigarettes, cigars, or some manner of cigar, and pipes. Pipe, man, I think his name was Professor Alan Best, if I remember. And he had the cigar. He had the pipe going during class, and it was a big room, so there was plenty of room for the smoke, and nobody really, I mean, you understand something. It's like 1979, 1980. Imagine doing that today. Oh, my God, the lawsuits, they'd be a-flying.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, at least an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. The lower Merritt is the way to go. Slow ride starts in Norwalk. New Haven, 95 south. You're jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. And on 84, plenty of company through Danbury and Newtown. 91 south. Accident remains at exit 18. Traffic report is powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. You can reduce taxes you pay on your retirement income and keep the money you've saved with Bridgelight Financial Advisors tax saving strategies. Learn more at bridgelightadvisors.com. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, rain ending early with a low near 30. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 40. A mix of rain and snow on Friday with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Just about every day, we hear unsettling news about the economy and global events, things that affect our lives here at home. It's natural to feel uncertain, but when it comes to securing your family's future, there is something you can do. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
Do you ever feel like your medical or financial decisions are out of your hands? In times like these, most of us would answer yes. The good news? There are legal tools designed to protect you, ensuring that only the people you trust can manage your affairs, should you become unable to do so. Life can change quickly. It's never too early to put a plan in place that reflects your wishes, whether it's a power of attorney, medical advance directives, a last will and testament, or a trust tailored to your needs. Every person's situation is different. It's important to create an individualized plan before it's needed. We all deserve peace of mind.
The Fairfield Law Offices of Eliofson and Tenor. On the internet, ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Call 203-336-2566. That's 203-336-2566.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart Sellers Ask. Is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
Man, the internet's a great thing. I found it. Yep, Dr. Alan Best. He went on to be a Fulbright scholar. None of you folks care, but I mean, this is a guy who I remember because of his pipe. There you go. Yeah, he was I thought it was my astronomy guy. He was my geography guy. Yeah, I remember that. South African guy. I remember him going out of the way to tell us that even though he was from South Africa, he was aghast at apartheid. He said, he said, that's why I left to come here.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by JTV.com.
I'm Heather Bosch. We now know the fate of most of the skiers missing in an avalanche in Northern California. Nevada County Sheriff Shannon Moon.
8 of the 9 additional skiers have been located deceased. We are still looking for one of the members at this time.
CBS's Matt Gutman says searchers found others alive.
They were able to rescue 6 people off that mountain in a pretty daring mission late Tuesday, bringing them down by ski and snowcat. 2 of the people were hurt. Both of them were hospitalized. One of them remains hospitalized, but is expected to be released.
The federal government is still partially shut down. Democrats saying they won't pass a funding passage until Homeland Security makes changes. CBS's Erica Brown.
Democrats remain firm in their demands for significant reforms to ICE and DHS oversight, including requiring federal agents to get judicial warrants before entering private property and remove masks during operations.
Being deposed by Congress, a man whose name appears more than 1,000 times in the Epstein files. Billionaire businessman Lex Wessner is credited with financially supporting Jeffrey Epstein early in his career. Congressman Robert Garcia maintains,
we know of approximately over $1 billion, it looks like. It's about $1 billion that was either transferred, provided in stocks, or given directly to Mr. Epstein by Wexner.
Wexner says he broke ties with Epstein when he found out about his crimes and now calls him a con man. On a campaign stop in Allen, Texas, Governor Greg Abbott touted his support for new laws that ensure only U.S. citizens can vote there.
To vote in a Texas election, you must have voter ID.
Abbott also says a new app will let voters know if and when their social media contacts have cast their ballots. Low water levels reveal a treasure in Stockholm.
Here's something you don't see every day. The wooden bones of a Swedish Navy shipwreck peeking out of the water in central Stockholm.
This is a warship.
Archaeologist Jim Hansen at the Museum of Wrecks says the ship is about 400 years old.
We found cannonballs, we found pottery inside the ship, we found ropes and so on.
Experts say the ship was deliberately sunk in the 1640s to help build a bridge. Allison Keyes, CBS News.
Fresh off a Super Bowl win, the Seattle Seahawks are up for sale. The estate of the late team owner Paul Allen announcing that today. Allen said he wanted his sports holdings to eventually be sold to benefit philanthropy. This is CBS News.
Looking for spring jewelry looks? Find them at Jewelry Television. New customers get $20 off purchases of $99 or more at jtv.com.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-269-3454. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns,
Need metal? Metal Supermarkets, the world's largest small quantity metal supplier, is open in Bridgeport. The metal you need, cut to size and ready fast. Call or visit at 1085 Connecticut Avenue and ask about the other metal services we provide.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Norwalk police officer is facing charges after being arrested in North Carolina. According to reports, Officer Mark Suda was arrested on suspicion of drunk driving in Hanover County, North Carolina on Sunday morning. Norwalk police did not provide any information on the details of the arrest. Chief James Walsh did, however, state that Suda has been placed on administrative restricted duty pending the outcome of the criminal case. The state wants to use $3.15 million in federal funding to create New England's first active shooter training facility right here in Connecticut. The funding will support the construction of a 2-story training facility in Bristol that will be equipped with a 50-yard indoor police firing range, as well as other mentoring and training opportunities. Officials are still trying to determine where in Bristol the facility will be built, and an opening date has not been announced. Stop and Shop and several union locals with the United Food and Commercial Workers have reached agreement on new contracts. The unions collectively represent about 28,000 employees at 225 supermarkets in Connecticut, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island. The new contracts will be effective as of March 1st, providing wage increases, health insurance, and pension benefits. And Yale University is looking for a new football coach. Tony Reno announced Tuesday that he is stepping down due to health reasons. Reno had served as Yale's head coach since 2012 and is second in program history with 83 wins. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS right now. Traffic.
95 northbound, at least an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. The lower Merritt is the way to go. Slow ride starts in Norwalk. New Haven, 95 south. You're jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. And on 84, plenty of company through Danbury and Newtown. 91 south. Accident remains at exit 18. Traffic report is powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. You can reduce taxes you pay on your retirement income and keep the money you've saved with Bridgelight Financial Advisors tax saving strategies. Learn more at bridgelightadvisors.com. I'm Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
Rain ending early this evening with a low near 30. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 40. A mix of rain and snow on Friday with a high in the upper 30s to near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, hey, how are you? It's hour number 4. A lot of folks reacting to our main topic today. Now, again, this bill is not close to being passed, but just so you know, you could be paying more. I could be paying more. Why? Well, the Democrats in Hartford, some of them, want to put together Connecticut's own version of a climate super fund. Now, we've heard this on a federal level for like 50 years. You know what they call it, an EPA super fund, meaning, hey, we have to clean up our past awful pollution here. So you go to the feds, and the feds said, hey, here's 10, 20, 30 million bucks. Well, now there are notions here to do this on a state level. And the people who are, proposing this at the General Assembly say, hey, don't worry about it. It's not going to cost consumers anything. Oh, come on. Stop it. Now, I would love to be wrong here. I don't think I am. So I asked you people earlier today, you folk out there, you fine people, do you support a proposed Connecticut Climate Super Fund? Yes. That would force big fuel companies to help pay for costs connected to climate change. Now, it wouldn't be from here going forward, at least primarily. They want to go back to like the mid-1990s. Stop it. Now, back in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, were we doing the best things when it comes to the climate? Of course not. You'd have to be a fool to say that we weren't doing stuff that we shouldn't be doing. But my point is, don't say, and the proponents are saying, well, the companies will gladly pay this. No, they're going to shift the focus of this back to consumers. Now, maybe you don't mind paying. All right, that's fine. You can do that if you'd like. Isn't there better ways to find money for this? I'm serious. A lot of people don't like the fact that I mentioned this, but again, what about raising the sales tax by 0.5%? And you say we take 0.5% every year, and at the end of the year, and then we put it toward the next year's, climate change initiatives. All right. What about another scratch-off ticket? Scratch for the trees. Scratch here, win $1 million and help the environment. Why not? One of our earlier callers said, hey, why don't you give people a check-off on their state tax returns? Hey, take $5 of my return or $10 of my return and put it toward the climate fund. Why is Connecticut out to turn the screws on every single business it can? Just wild. Paul in Trumbull is here. Paul, how are you?
Yeah, how you doing? I want to just make a quick comment on your tobacco thing that you had before the news break.
Yeah.
I'm 73 years old now, but I remember when I was a kid, and no more than maybe about 6 or 7 years old.
Okay.
My father smoked Topstone cigars.
All right.
Which were made in Bridgeport, by the way.
Okay.
They were made actually in Bridgeport years ago.
Yep.
And he used to give me some money, and I used to go to the local like little variety store.
Yeah.
And I'd buy the stogies
Yeah.
and bring them home
Yeah.
when I was about 7 years old.
Okay, so you bought cigars at 7 years old.
Yeah, not for myself, of course.
No, I know.
For my father, yeah.
Yeah. How about that? Well, Paul, that's it. Now, Paul, thanks for the call. A little bit later on in the hour, I'll give you a little, to what Paul said. We'll talk a little. I didn't know Bridgeport made cigars.
For the latest news in Southern Connecticut, WICC is where you turn first on 600 AM and now 95.9 on FM. Hear your favorite live and local shows during the week. Melissa in the Morning, The Lisa Wexler Show, Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on both 600 and 95.9. Plus more live and local news updates on weekends to keep you informed. You found the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Looking for quality dental care close to home? Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven is here for you. As part of our robust network of 12 locations, we're open to fit your busy schedule. From routine cleanings and checkups to implants and oral surgery, Columbia Dental provides complete care for the whole family, all in one place. Call us today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
Hello, my name is Bob Cinto, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, scinto.com.
I'm Keith Trantolo from the law firm of Trantolo & Trantolo. When you're injured in an accident, one of the first questions is, how much is my case worth? Here's the truth. Our firm's been fighting for clients for over 85 years, and anyone who gives you a quick answer doesn't know what they're doing. Understanding your situation is key. Your injuries, medical bills, time missed from work, and more. Our team has the experience to get you the best results, and we don't get paid until you do. Don't fight solo. Trantolo & Trantolo. Get your free case assessment at trantololaw.com.
Hi, I'm Melanie Miranda, owner of Apex Radon Solutions, your local certified radon mitigation company. Radon is something every homeowner should take seriously. Radon is an invisible, odorless gas, and it's the second leading cause of lung cancer in the U.S. The good news, testing is simple. Apex Radon Solutions is offering free radon test kits to help protect your home and your family. Let's see how low your radon can go. Learn more and request your free radon test kit at apexradonsolutions.com.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Your new customers are listening to the Voice of Connecticut. Become an advertiser and grow your business. You'll reach thousands of Connecticut consumers. Email sales@voiceofct.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound accidents reported exit 9 and exit 20. 95 north, hour and 20 from Greenwich through Fairfield. Few breaks along the way through. Out of New Haven, 95 south, you're jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Traffic report powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. You can reduce taxes you pay on your retirement income and keep the money you've saved with Bridgelight Financial Advisors tax saving strategies. Learn more at bridgelightadvisors.com. I'm Nash Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, rain ending early with a low near 30. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 40. A mix of rain and snow on Friday with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Stratford's live and local news source for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9.
Yeah, every Wednesday, right around this time, 5:15, give or take a minute. It's my show. I can be off by a little bit. Dan Hard joins us, senior columnist and editor Hearst, Connecticut media, as he's been sniffing around the week for the biggest stories. One that could now, and I noticed this last night, could shake out to affect the governor's race. We'll get to that one in a second. But first, Dan, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. I want my whole 12 minutes.
Yeah, you listen, buddy. You got it, pal.
Sure, it's nothing to you whether you come on at 5:15 or 17. It's 2 minutes.
I'll have my office manager get back to you. Hey, we're still talking at some level, Dan, about this Aquarian sale or not, or the intricacies behind this. Talk about this for my audience here once again.
Yeah, one of the reasons we're still talking about it is that the opponents of it don't seem to understand that Judge Budzik ruling rejecting the Pura rejection, not overturning because they sent it back to Pura, does not leave a whole lot of room for Pura to reject it a second time.
Yeah.
If Pura rejects it a second time, then we're into farce comedy territory, because the judge was pretty clear. And what he said was, I'm remanding this case back to you to clarify conditions for the public representative, the ombudsperson, whatever. It's the office of the consumer advocate within the new entity called Aquarian Water Authority.
Yeah.
Right. He did not say that you can go reconsider these issues. He considered the issues and said, no, sorry, the grounds upon which you rejected this merger are not valid because the legislature had already approved those that very framework, right? And so into that comes two events. And the first one is that yesterday, Eversource, well, really AWA, not Eversource, and the Regional Water Authority sent the same offer to the towns that opposed them, and all the towns, that they had sent in October before Pura ruled, in an attempt to get a settlement.
Huh. Now,
why would they do that?
Well, yeah, this whole thing, Dan, is, and you lay it out as best you can, but what are let's backtrack a little bit, because this has been going on for months now. What do towns and cities see, some of them, as the pros and cons of the Aquarian sale? Because I read where some people say, hey, this is actually good, and there are some people that say, no, this is the worst thing that can happen. What is it on the edges here?
The big con is that and I don't mean a con as in a con job.
Yeah.
I mean the big problem with this is that you no longer have a state or any real. You don't have any break on how much they can charge. They can charge whatever they want, because in the history, this is what the towns believe. Because as you know, this is going to be, each town is going to have one. Each of the 60 towns, or I think it's 59, is going to have one representative on a sort of an oversight board.
Okay.
It's not the board of trustees that runs the company. It's an oversight board.
Yeah.
And the oversight board is going to have the ability to accept or reject rate hikes. But in practice, these are amateur town volunteers like you and me, and they're not going to outsmart the professional utility accountants who come and say, razzle dazzle, we need money because of what?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
So what I said in my column is you need to have these people that are volunteers from the towns be highly trained and able to understand this stuff, so they don't get snowed by the executives. So that's the first problem. And the second problem they have is that they don't feel that they have proper representation on the overall board with AWA/RWA. That is the Aquarian towns versus the Regional Water Authority towns. That's a little bit of an exotic question. But the Democrats in the legislature largely, it was bipartisan, but it was largely the Democrats in the legislature that approved it.
Yeah.
And now you have Jonathan Steinberg from Westport, who seems to raise a bill. He hasn't said anything publicly, but there is the framework of a bill. You know how it works, where they have the ability to raise an idea first, and then, we'll give you the language later, but this is just, to meet the deadline. It seems to open the door to reject that approval from 2024.
Wow. Interesting. Dan Haar with us from Hearst, Connecticut Media. And then I see, and I'm glad you included this in our little appearance today. I saw this, was it late yesterday? Something's going on in New Britain. And immediately I saw this and I went, oh boy, this is close to, well, we're not going to infer anything here, Aaron Stewart. So what's going on in the great city of New Britain?
Well, it appears to be, and by the way, I just want to say that this mess with Aquarion reflects the broader mess that's happening with utility regulation in Connecticut.
Yeah.
And the state has just simply got to get its hands around that.
Yeah.
But getting to New Britain quickly, the tax collector, who I think is Cheryl Bogoslawski, that's the tax collector. I haven't personally reported. The announcement didn't name her as being the one who's suspended, but it said the tax collector, and that is the tax collector. Happens to be a person who is very close to Aaron Stewart. And Aaron Stewart, as you know, is first of all, Aaron Stewart appointed her multiple times as the tax collector. She inherited her as the tax collector because she had previously run for the office. Her sister, it appears that her sister is the former mayor who was one of the 4 people killed in the in the Newington lottery killings in 1998.
My God. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I believe that's her sister, but again, I haven't confirmed that. I'm pretty sure that is who it is. I looked it up, and it appears that that's the case. But in any case, regardless, Aaron Stewart is running as a person who knows how to, cleanly and effectively and efficiently run a government. And this is not going to look good for her.
Has the campaign that you've seen, Dan Haar, or the campaign or her, has any counter statement been made on this? Any damage control or not?
No, and let's be clear, Aaron Stewart has in no way, shape, manner, or form been implicated in any wrongdoing, knowledge, anything like that. And so, nor has Cheryl Bogoslawski, because it doesn't name her. Every media outlet has named her, but it says the tax collector, and she is the tax collector.
Yeah.
So I haven't seen any indication that it isn't her, but again, who's suspended. But this is an investigation. Ms. Bogoslawski has not been accused of wrongdoing. Actually, I stand corrected. I've never seen or rarely seen an announcement of someone being suspended on suspicion of X that's so specific. It says years of malfeasance.
Yeah, I saw that.
And it's like, I've been doing this a long time, and I've covered a lot of people being suspended for this, that, and the other thing. And it's usually just this sort of broad, vanilla, suspended on suspicion of something.
Sure.
I had a case that went to the state Supreme Court way back in the 80s, where the Board of Ed of the town of Suffield said that a principal was suspended, and it specifically said not on suspicion of sexual impropriety.
Oh, wow.
And it turned out that that's precisely what it was. They had lied outright.
Jeez.
They specifically said not on suspicion. And it took 6 years to finally get that out of FOI, but by then everybody had forgotten the story.
Hey, Dan, that's like, and you covered sports, right? That's like when an athlete, they sign a contract, right? Man, it wasn't about the money. And what's the old phrase, Dan? When they say it's not about the money, it's about the money. Yes, absolutely. Hey, finally, in about the minute we have left, boy, the first congressional district of which you are a constituent, it's getting more and more interesting, is it not, up there?
I can't decide whether to be a Republican or a Democrat this year because I really want to vote in both primaries of the Republican governor's race, which we assume that there's still going to be a primary, but who knows after this news. But and then, of course, the first district. What's going on there is that Luke Bronin has outraised John Lawson in both quarters.
Yeah.
And that means that it doesn't mean that he's the front runner, because Lawson still has virtually every elected official behind him, and Luke has groups like the College Democrats, which is not nothing, but it's it's not nothing. So I would say that Lawson is still the front runner, but Luke is a very, very serious candidate with, get this, $1.5 million on hand as of January 1st. And by the way, I think it's a two-person race now because the other two candidates have raised in the neighborhood of $50,000 or $100,000, which makes them not serious candidates. And we can talk about how they're valid and they're both legitimate people with platforms and all that stuff. And that's all great. You ain't got no money, you ain't in the party. So,
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's all money. It is. Dan Harhurst, Connecticut Media. Dan, thanks, and we'll check in next week. Be good, man.
That's the theme of this. It's not about the money.
That's right. Yeah. Well, again, when they say it's not about the money, it's about the money.
Not about the money.
Thanks, Dan.
All right.
Appreciate it. All right, there you go. Yeah, that's an old Bill Parcells thing, I think, when he goes to Giants, and somebody asked him about somebody had signed a contract with somebody. Said, man, I just want to be here. It's not about the money. And Bill Parcells, I think, is the one that said, when they tell you it ain't about the money, it's about the money.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound accidents reported exit 9 and exit 20. 95 north, hour and 20 from Greenwich through Fairfield. Few breaks along the way through. Out of New Haven, 95 south, you're jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Traffic report powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. You can reduce taxes you pay on your retirement income and keep the money you've saved with Bridgelight Financial Advisors tax saving strategies. Learn more at BridgelightAdvisors.com. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Rain ending early this evening with a low near 30. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 40. A mix of rain and snow on Friday with a high in the upper 30s to near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance, the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
We all have the ability to make a difference, to come together, to change a life, to make a wish come true. By supporting Make-A-Wish Connecticut, you are bringing hope and joy to children fighting critical illnesses. Children like me. Visit ct.wish.org to learn how you can become a wishmaker and be part of a journey that changes lives. Just imagine what you can do. Visit ct.wish.org today to learn more. That's ct.wish.org.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
Need metal? Metal Supermarkets, the world's largest small quantity metal supplier, is open in Bridgeport. The metal you need cut to size and ready fast. Call or visit at 1085 Connecticut Avenue and ask about the other metal services we provide.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. At least 8 backcountry skiers have died in an avalanche in Northern California. Nevada County Sheriff Shannon Moon says rescuers reached 6 others.
They were able to locate the 6 survivors. They were sheltered. They had some equipment with them.
Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg's testimony at a civil trial did little to ease this parent's fears about the impact of social media on kids.
The whole world now knows what's really going on in Meta, and that anything that they say or do, we cannot trust.
Investigators are focusing on a masked person caught on a doorbell camera at Nancy Guthrie's home. DNA from a glove hasn't pointed to a suspect in her disappearance, but that person also had a gun. CBS's Andres Gutierrez.
The other thing they're working on is visiting local gun shops, trying to figure out where this person bought that firearm, where they bought that holster.
CBS News Brief, I'm Heather Bar.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
It's been a year since a man claiming he'd been held captive for 20 years set fire to Kimberly Sullivan's Waterbury home. The case is still in the pre-trial process as attorneys for Sullivan say it's nothing but a witch hunt. Ioannis Kaloidis, the attorney representing Sullivan, says her stepson, who is 31 years old now, had access to food and there were no restraints nor captivity, and that he was free to come and go as he pleased. The stepson, who is referred to as S, was malnourished and only 68 pounds when he was found February 17th last year. The Quaker Farms School in Oxford was open today after a week of canceled classes due to infrastructure issues. The problems started when a power outage caused the heat to go off and pipes froze. WTNH-TV News 8 also reported the reason for the power outage remains unclear. A new bill regarding housing has been introduced to the General Assembly, and it's already causing controversy among those who believe that existing housing reforms will limit the power of local planning and zoning boards. Supporters say that SB 151 is aimed at encouraging the construction of starter homes and increasing housing supply by limiting certain zoning regulations like lot size caps and setback and dimensional restrictions. New London Democratic State Senator Martha Marks has been a champion of this bill and believes it will make it easier for young people to buy homes.
It's so important to be able to buy your home, but we have no starter homes, and they're not building any starter homes. They want a garage to work on their motorcycle, or they want a room for crafting, or they want to be able to have a garden in their backyard, but there's no small starter homes.
However, critics of the bill have raised concerns that the bill will render any decision of local planning and zoning boards obsolete. Maria Weingarten from CT 169 Strong said as much earlier this morning on the Lisa Wexler Show on WICC.
If you consider what happened in 8002, a planning and zoning can no longer deny a project based on lack of parking, on-site parking. This will be a disaster. This is going to be, a real concern.
An investigation is underway after a letter containing an unknown white powdery substance was sent to the Connecticut Lottery headquarters. Police say a receptionist opened the letter Tuesday. Police, fire crews, and the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection all responded to the scene. The scene was cleared about an hour later. There's no word on if the substance has been identified. Federal officials are weighing in on the situation at the concierge apartments in Rocky Hill. 1st District Democratic Congressman John Larson, as well as Democratic Senator Chris Murphy, were at the apartments Tuesday surveying the damage. Murphy said, quote, "This place was in disarray to begin with. Earlier this month, dozens of residents were displaced after multiple issues, including a lack of heating and hot water, burst pipes, flooding, and a failing fire suppression system. Attorney General William Tong opened an investigation into the building's management company following the displacement.
Century Hills committed in writing will fairly compensate all affected residents. We hope so and demand that you do. My hope is that this is the start of a discussion and a negotiation about how they are going to make this right.
Residents of Building B started returning to their apartments today, but residents of Buildings A and C will have to wait longer. The Connecticut Department of Transportation is considering replacing the electric trains on the East Shore Line with diesel engines. The move would save the state close to $9 million, according to the DOT. The shift would impact 9 stops between New Haven and New London. Governor Ned Lamont this morning held a news conference in Hartford to raise awareness about a new state law that went into effect on January 1st, prohibiting pharmaceutical manufacturers and wholesale distributors from increasing the price of generic prescription drugs past the annual rate of inflation. Enacted through Public Act 25168, the law enables the state to fine those manufacturers and distributors found to be in violation. It's the first of its kind in the nation. Governor Lamont also proposing more incentives to recruit police officers and firefighters. The push comes amid staffing shortages at departments across the state.
We have the best trained, most professional police and firefighters in the country. And we got to continue to do everything we can to make sure that this is a profession, you know how incredibly important it is.
The governor announced a proposal to recruit and retain public safety officers that includes tuition forgiveness and a mortgage assistance program through the Connecticut Housing Finance Authority. Lamont said of the proposal, quote, "You're serving your state. We want to do everything we can to make sure you're able to continue your education and do it right. And the UConn men's basketball team is returning to the court. The Huskies will host Creighton tonight at 7 p.m. at Gamble Pavilion. UConn is 24-2 overall. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 or the Parkway northbound, well over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The lower Merritt is slightly better. You do have a slow ride northbound off of Route 7 going into No Man's Land in Fairfield, and on the upper Merritt, you have it in both directions between Route 8 and the Milford Connector. And on 95 out of New Haven, jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven, 84 eastbound, crawling through Danbury into the Super 7. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. And that's Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, rain ending early with a low near 30. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 40. A mix of rain and snow on Friday with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Fioric on WICC.
If Shelton is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Where you can join the conversation in numerous ways. Yes. Talk or text, same number, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Or you can email me. Yes, email is still up and running all the time. Paul, Paul, at thevoiceofct.com. Thanks to Dan Haar. And I had to ask him about the 1st Congressional District, which is not Fairfield County. It's not New Haven County. The 1st CD is really the only competitive, maybe, possibly, House district in the state. Listen, Jim Himes in the 4th, Rosa DeLauro in the 3rd, Joe Courtney in the 2nd, Johanna Hayes in the 5th. None of those are going to be close. All right, Johanna Hayes might get pushed a little bit because the last 2 or 3 cycles that has been, somewhat competitive. George Logan lost to her, I think, by about a point about 4 years ago or 5 years ago, and then the second time around it was a little bit wider of a gap there. But I got to tell you, that 1st congressional district race here in the state, if you're a political junkie like I am, it's just great stuff to watch, and it's part of the process too. Now, again, you have, you know what, that 1st congressional district race is a good illustration of what the Democratic Party is going through right now. And again, the Republicans went through it in 2015 and 2016. And if you remember, here comes Trump down the golden stairway. I remember in 2015 watching it and going, yeah, what a joke. Well, never mind on the joke thing. 2 election wins since then, and an election loss by an aggregate number of like 40,000 votes or something like that. But that 1st district race is something else. And again, it's John Larson, who, has been in Congress since Abe Lincoln. I'm sorry. I shouldn't kid Mr. Larson. I actually met him a couple of times in Hartford. Nice man. We had a great interview. He came down and sat in on a morning show. We were working, and we talked about, what did we talk about that time when I met John Larson? Infrastructure stuff. He is a big proponent. I don't know if you know this plan of burying part of the 8491 connector under the Connecticut River in Harvard. Yeah, you're talking about something that's take the billions of dollars and just keep adding them. But listen, John Larson's been there now, but here's the thing. He's 77. And, yeah, he froze up a couple of times on the House floor, and he said, listen, I changed medications. It happens. My doctor says I'm fine. So good on him. But after a while, now Luke Bronin, much younger, what's Luke Bronin, 50 maybe, in his late 40s or 50 or whatever. And he is part of this next wave of younger Democrats that is trying to gently go to the generation of, say, Rosa DeLauro and John Larson here in Connecticut and others, not even Joe Courtney, because Joe is not that old. I think he's 70 or so, and Joe Courtney gets the money every couple of years for a few more subs at Electric Boat, and that's good. He is Congressman Submarine. That's good for Connecticut. But that first district race, you have a lot of people saying, hey, John, maybe he wouldn't step aside, though, and his pet project and his pet issue has always been, he's always been a yeller and screamer about Social Security, and God bless him, I'm almost there. But having said that, that's interesting. You look at that race, you have the old guard in John Larson, you have a younger guy, although not uber young, in Luke Bronin, who has Yale ties, multi-term mayor of Hartford. Really straightened out Hartford after the, was it Eddie Perez or Pedro Segura? And Hartford was just financially, organizationally, it was a mess. So Bronin straightened that out, stepped aside a little bit now. And then you have two women in the race on the Democratic side. Ruth Fortune, I believe her name is. She's a lawyer for a big firm in Hartford, and she may serve, I believe Ms. Fortune serves on a Board of Education there, and you have a very progressive member of the General Assembly from West Hartford, Jillian Gilchrist. So it's a fascinating watch because you're seeing the younger Democrats here now, although I don't think Rosa has a challenger. I think Jim Himes may on the Democratic side, but I'm not sure. And you see this now, this sort of changing of the guard. But what was interesting, I don't know whether you saw this last week, Hakeem Jeffries came in to bolster a guy that's in his caucus in John Larson, but it was kind of a wink and a nod because he didn't exactly blow off Luke Bronin. But a lot of people saying, hey, Jeffries was there to try and tilt the race, maybe toward Larson, because, again, the people that I think the Democrats fear of getting elected there, with all due respect, are Ms. Fortune and Representative Gilchrist. Because you have a scenario there where there's a big fear that the party is going to tilt a little too far left.
Spring in full bloom. Spring in
The Connecticut Flower and Garden Show returns to the Convention Center in Hartford, February 19th through the 22nd. Step out of winter and into an oasis of beautifully landscaped gardens. Breathe in the aroma of spring as you stroll through floral displays. Learn from gardening experts presenting over 80 hours of educational seminars. Get discount tickets at ctflowershow.com.
Connecticut Flower and Garden Show.
February 19th through the 22nd.
There's danger out there. It lurks on highways and quiet neighborhood streets. It's more likely to kill you than a shark and more terrifying than the biggest snake. Distracted driving claims lives every day. Every notification, swipe, social post, video, or selfie while driving risks your life. So while you might think public speaking or the zombie apocalypse is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 for the Parkway northbound, well over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The lower Merritt is slightly better. You do have a slow ride northbound off of Route 7 going into No Man's Land in Fairfield. And on the upper Merritt, you have it in both directions between Route 8 and the Milford Connector. And on 95 out of New Haven, jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. 84 eastbound, crawling from Danbury into the Super 7. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. And that's Krause with WICC Traffic.
Rain ending early this evening with a low near 30. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 40. A mix of rain and snow on Friday with a high in the upper 30s to near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut Talk all afternoon. You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Well, Chris Murphy apparently is not going to go to the State of the Union address. Yes, the halls of Congress are fractured that Chris Murphy is not going to go to the State of the Union. Listen. It's not mandatory that people go to the State of the Union or applaud at the State of the Union or sit on their hands at the State of the Union. But man, oh man. So Chris Murphy in the New York Times, and you may be cheering this. You may say, hey, what's he doing? Whatever. Just so you know. Because he purportedly represents everybody in Connecticut, even the people who didn't vote for him. Senator Murphy told the New York Times, quote, he's made a mockery of the State of the Union speech, and he doesn't deserve an audience, unquote. Okay, well, Senator, if your party had not nominated somebody whose specialty was a word salad, maybe Mr. Trump wouldn't be there. Had your party not yielded to the anti-Semitic left, Senator, and actually said, hey, Josh Shapiro is the best person here to be vice president, Mr. Trump may not be in office. How about that? So Chris Murphy is going to attend something called the what's this called? The People's Address or the People's Speech. Oh, here it is. A substantial number of Democrats are planning to boycott the speech. All right, that's their right. And attend an alternative rally, an event called the People's State of the Union. Listen, can I just offer a little unsolicited advice? If you're trying to keep your party from being perceived as left-leaning, don't do the people, don't say the people's anything. Because it sounds a little, I'm just saying, I'm no great political strategist, but when we start with the people this and the people that, paging Dr. Marks, Dr. Karl Marx, just saying. It will take place on the National Mall near the Capitol. Now, are they going to do this at the same time of the State of the Union? Or will this be done differently? They probably shouldn't do it at the same time. The event is being coordinated by the left. Oh, my God. The New York Times actually used the phrase left wing. Whew. Boy, they're going to be mass resignations over this one. My God, how could we use such language in the old gray lady, the left wing? The event, which is being coordinated by the left-wing advocacy group Move On and Midas Touch, a progressive media company, will feature Democratic lawmakers with people who have been negatively affected by the Trump economic and healthcare policies. Look. I'll say this again. With all due respect to you people who don't like Trump, God bless you. That's your right. It's always good that America has right and left and up and down. What are your ideas? Now, maybe they're just pounding the Trump thing till the midterms. I don't know. But eventually, even if you get a blue wave in November, eventually you've got to say, here's our idea for health care. Here's our idea for ICE. I can't, folks, I'm telling you, I read another story last week, and I think it was in the Washington Post or the New York Times, another one that said, and you folks out there who are anti-Trump, anti-MAGA, whatever, that's fine. You better understand something. They're still worried, they meaning the Democratic Party, the once great Democratic Party, they're still worried about how to answer questions in 2028 about the border. Because they know whomever the nominee may be, whether it's Gavin Newsom, whether it's Kamala Harris again, whether it's AOC, whatever. I read a piece where they said, geez, well, they're doing focus groups now on how to answer a simple question. The question they're fearful of is something akin to Senator so-and-so or Ms. so-and-so or Mr. so-and-so. Since Donald Trump took office for his second term 3 years ago, the border is said to be as quiet as it ever is. There are hardly any people getting through. Will you continue that? How are they going to answer that? Because they lost once on immigration, and they'll lose again. Because the next time they have to encounter this, Trump is not going to be a factor. I'm telling you, he's not. And you're starting to see this now. Even John Fetterman said it the other day, who has crosshairs on his political back because they want to get rid of him, because a recovering stroke patient has more common sense than most Democrats today. Even Fetterman said the other day, and I'm kind of paraphrasing, but he said, we have to figure this out by early 2028 or the GOP is going to win again. Now, I fully suspect they're going to get boat raced, curb stomped, and there will be a huge blue wave in November. And what am I reading? The first thing is going to be they're going to impeach Trump again. Oh, my God, stop. Stop. You were so successful the first two times. You're going to impeach the guy again. You're going to waste time on a guy who at the time will be almost 81 years old, who probably will be slower now than he is, and you're going to do the impeachment thing again. You're going to do this. What are we going to do? Trump Russia again? We're going to do Ukraine all over again? Oh, my God. He really has driven people nuts. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Chris Murphy said, quote, he, meaning Trump, he's made a mockery of the State of the Union speech, and he doesn't deserve an audience. He's going to tell 40 different lies, call Democrats names. He's going to paper over corruption, and I don't feel like what he's doing dignifies having Democrats there to cloak the speech in a veneer of respectability. Okay. Mr. Murphy also skipped the address last year, saying, quote, these aren't normal times, and we have to stop doing normal things. And then I read like he's got 0%. Now, listen, I hope the guy does whatever he wants to do and is happy. But listen, if I'm advising Chris Murphy right now, and I'm not, and he probably doesn't give a crap what I say, maybe it's time you lay low a little bit. I mean, if you look at any of the early Democratic primary states for 2028, he's barely showing. But yet he's got like $12 million and they love him on the Sunday. Hell, I love it when he's on the Sunday shows. Gives me stuff to play here. Senator Chris Van Hollen, Democrat of Maryland. We cannot normalize this moment when Trump is marching our country toward fascism. Here we go with the fascism again. Oh, my God. It's all they have. I refuse to be a prop in the chamber as Donald Trump shreds our Constitution and attacks democracy. Okay. Whatever. Listen, I understand. You don't like the guy. But Trump sucks and Trump is the devil only goes so far. You're going to eventually have to come up with ideas. And you know what? And I think they had better be afraid of a significant number of the electorate on both sides of the aisle saying, well, Trump's done. He's done it a few months. What are you going to do? I don't envy them. They're between a rock and a hard place. This is why you have a lot of other Democratic organizations say, hey, we have to move to the center, and they get yelled at by guys like Zoran, I'm going to screw you with property taxes, Mamdani.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 or the Parkway northbound, well over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The lower Merritt is slightly better. You do have a slow ride northbound off of Route 7 going into No Man's Land in Fairfield. And on the upper Merritt, you have it in both directions between Route 8 and the Milford Connector. And on 95 out of New Haven, jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. 84 eastbound, crawling from Danbury into the Super 7. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. And that's Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, rain ending early with a low near 30. Partly sunny tomorrow with a high near 40. A mix of rain and snow on Friday with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Let's be honest, most of us spend a lot of time thinking about retirement, but not so much actually preparing for it. Each week, David Gagnon, he's the host of Mastering Your Wealth. He discusses the financial news of the day and explains how it could affect you as you get ready for retirement. Join David Saturday mornings at 8 for Mastering Your Wealth Radio right here on WICC 600. You can also visit masteringyourwealthradio.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart Sellers Ask. Is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
And by the way, did you see what's going on in New York? Oh, I love this. This is the best. Mayor Mamdani in New York wants to raise property taxes by about 9.5% and 10%. And now Governor Hochul is backing away from that. And members of the New York State Assembly are saying, well, you can't do that. Because I have friends of mine emailing me and messaging me saying, well, you know, he can't do that. No, he knows that he can't do that now. But you know what's going to happen, don't you? And God, I love this. You want to see socialism at work? He's going to unleash a bunch of Democratic Socialist candidates who will primary the New York Assembly Democrats who say no to what he's doing. Oh, my God. Grab the popcorn and the peanuts for this. This is going to be great. And Governor Kathy Hochul is here. You folks on Long Island that listen to me, how's this working out for you? Governor Hochul's there going, oh, no, am I going to get hit by a bus or a train? Either way. Chris Williams, thank you. Folks, we're back tomorrow at 2.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Heather Bosch. A difficult task for crews working to recover 8 backcountry skiers who died in a Northern California avalanche.
To the ongoing challenges of the weather, the avalanche conditions, the effort remains ongoing, as well as our search for the remaining skier.
That's Nevada County Sheriff Shannon Moon. CBS's Matt Gutman.
The sheriff shed a lot of light on this rescue mission that she now declared a recovery mission, meaning that the 9 people that they thought were missing or were declared missing are now believed to be dead.
6 skiers did survive and were rescued. A landmark civil case in Los Angeles today pits Meta against plaintiffs who say its social media platforms like Instagram are meant to be addictive and fail to protect kids. CEO Mark Zuckerberg testified their policy is not to allow kids under 13 to set up accounts, but CBS's Carter Evans says plaintiffs presented their own evidence.
They pulled out some internal documents that showed the previous strategic goal and focus was total time spent on the platform by teens. And so this presentation that they displayed as evidence said the goal was to increase U.S. teen time spent. Summary, big bets, this is back in 2017. The fifth item was under 13-year-olds.
President Trump marks Black History Month with a White House reception.
Happy Black History Month.
The president speaking before a packed crowd in the East Room of the White House, where he welcomed Black Americans from all walks of life and paid tribute to the late civil rights icon, Jesse Jackson.
He was a real hero, and I just want to pay my highest respects to Reverend Jesse Jackson.
The president has sometimes grappled with accusations of racism, which he blamed on Democrats. He did not address his recent social media post depicting former President Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama as apes, something he blamed on an unnamed staffer. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
U.S. and Iranian negotiators met again for indirect talks about curbing Iran's nuclear program. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
There was a little bit of progress made, but we're still very far apart on some issues. I believe the Iranians are expected to come back to us with some more detail in the next couple of weeks, and so the president will continue to watch how this plays out.
Maine joins the growing list of states seeing measles cases as vaccine rates drop. State health official Dora Ann Mills.
This is one of the most contagious, if not the most contagious virus we know of. We knew it was a matter of time before we saw cases here in Maine, and indeed, that is what we're seeing.
Just in, the U.S. advances to the Olympic men's hockey semifinals with a 2-1 overtime victory over Sweden. This is CBS News.
The stars shine brighter on CBS Mornings.
This is a slam dunk.
So cute.
Gail came in singing for me today.
On CBS Mornings.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-269-3454. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-269-3454 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-269-3454 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-269-3454.
Diane from Michigan, a disabled senior citizen trying to get by. Henry from Florida, a veteran fighting to make ends meet. Elena from Arizona, a mother struggling to feed her daughter. Hi, I'm Connie Britton, and I support Feeding America because they help provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year, like Diane, Henry, and Elena. Learn more at feedingamerica.org. Feeding America, 200 food banks strong.
Small businesses are the heart of America. But you don't have to go it alone. As the nation's largest nonprofit resource of expert business mentoring, SCORE has helped millions of entrepreneurs build their businesses for free. Get the connections, education, and guidance you need with SCORE. We're ready to help. Find a mentor today at score.org.
August was born 3 pounds, 9.8 ounces. When I first saw him, it was a whole range of emotions. There's stuff I still want to do. Being a young dad, it's not giving up, it's shifting. I looked through his eyes, I envisioned a whole future with him already. To throw the first football to him, give him ice cream for the first time. My life is now devoted to his life.
Through all of fatherhood's firsts, never stop being a dad. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
You're never completely ready to adopt a teen.
For late nights writing English papers.
For your teen's music taste.
For dinners, where they talk more on their phone than with you.
For the first time, they call you mom.
You're never completely ready to adopt a teen, and you can't imagine the reward.
To learn more about adopting a teen, visit adoptuskids.org.
Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, bringing you one of Melissa in the Morning's favorite moments.
I can't speak for every parent in the world, but the average parent wants their child to do well. They don't want them to fall behind. They don't want them to fail. And sometimes that means going outside the box, especially if your child has learning disabilities or has challenges that they have to deal with. A parent is going to do whatever they need to get the child the help that they deserve. And this report really hit home for me. As you know, I have a younger brother who is autistic. I have a son who is doing well now, but was speech delayed. And I've seen my mother do this, and I myself have done this. You will do anything you can to get your kid what they need, services, whatever facility, what have you. But when this report came out, it certainly made my heart stop and many of yours. So Disability Rights of Connecticut, which is a federally mandated agency advocating for individuals with disabilities, and the state's Office of the Child Advocate looked at out-of-state placements for Connecticut special education students during a 3-year period. And first of all, it revealed that tens of millions of dollars are being spent to send kids out of district, let alone out of the state. But more importantly, some of these kids are going to facilities out of state without Connecticut oversight, and sometimes even without oversight from the state where they operate. So I wanted to dive into this report a little bit more. So joining us back on the show, Christina Go is here, who is the acting child advocate for the Connecticut Office of the Child Advocate, as well as Tom Kosker, who is with Disability Rights Connecticut. Thank you both for being here.
Good morning. Thank you for having us.
Absolutely. So I'm going to start with, I think you, Tom, honestly. First of all, when you started to dig into this, over a 3-year period. This was from 2021 to 24, I believe. And when you were starting to look at this, I mean, were the red flags coming up right away, or did you feel like it was sort of progressively, we need to do a little more digging and see the lack of oversight, for example?
Yeah, no, great question. Again, thanks so much for having us and kind of helping us shine a light on this. It really started with us hearing from some of our partners in New York, where a school, Shrub Oak International School, is located. And we heard from them because there were Connecticut students at that school. At the time, they were doing an investigation. They were digging into some issues around potential abuse and neglect of students, lack of services, et cetera. And so we went down there to kind of collaborate with them a bit on their work and really, but specifically look at the students who are from Connecticut that are at these schools. So it started there. It started with us seeing firsthand some really neglectful situations and conditions. Now, these students, let me just kind of preface this. Most of the students, certainly at Shrub Oak School and a lot of schools like that, are very high-need students. Okay, they have very high support needs, a variety of disabilities from medical conditions, but intellectual disabilities, autism, et cetera, but very highly vulnerable, high-need students, many of them nonverbal. So as we looked at that and dug into Shrub Oak, we were really concerned. Again, some of the practices around restraint and seclusion. So that's kind of where it started.
So already since this report went public, which I kind of figured we'd hear something from the Department of Education, they dispute it. Maybe not entirely all of it, but my understanding is they feel like the factual and legal claims in this report are inaccurate. They at least this is what I'm reading in CT Insider. They said that they have not really had these conversations. They were disappointed by what the report said. And they said that you excluded some things from this report. Christina, I'm going to come to you and say, I don't know if you've talked to the Department of Ed since this came out, but I know I myself criticized the Department of Ed after your report came out. I myself, criticize the school districts. So I'm curious what your response was, the idea of, was this factually and legally inaccurate?
Well, no. Our report is factually and legally correct, I think. And we haven't had a conversation with the State Department of Education since the report came out, but we had conversations with them early on when we raised concerns and sent letters to the department raising concerns about children in the programs. And in large part, what the State Department of Education has argued is that they don't place children in these programs. And that's true. They're not placed by the State Department of Education. They're placed by their district. They sort of raise concerns about children who are placed by their parents. But we did not look at children who are placed by their parents and the program is paid for by their parents, right? We're looking at children who were placed in out-of-state placements, and those placements were funded by the district, which, all district placements include a mix of federal, state, and local funds. And so those are the kids that we're looking at and that we're concerned about. And what we found and what we're most concerned about really are sort of two things. One, when it comes to restraint and seclusion, Connecticut has adopted laws to protect children from improper, unnecessary and excessive use of restraint and seclusion, right? We prohibit certain types of restraint, life-threatening restraints entirely. We prohibit other kinds of restraints except in emergency circumstances, and we have limits and rules with regard to when seclusion can be used, right? And we require that if a child is restrained or secluded four or more times during 20 school days, we have a meeting and we figure out what's going on and try to, revisit what are the strategies we're using, how do we prevent that. So all of those laws don't apply when a child is placed out of state.
Right, they're not universal. Right, totally.
That's right.
Now,
and so, go ahead.
No, my question, I guess, kind of going back to what you had initially said, Christina, is who vets the schools being recommended to these families? Like, does that? I know you said it's kind of a collaborative effort, or it could be, but who is vetting these schools where they're going? Because it's not like maybe they are. Are the families coming to the school district being like, hey, what do you think about this one in New York or this one in Pennsylvania? Or is somebody recommending to them, hey, this might be a great fit for your school, for your kid? And if that's the case, where are they vetting these places?
Right. So it's a mix, right? There certainly are situations where the parent is seeking out a placement that they believe can meet the needs of their child. Well-resourced families might be able to go visit or have an expert go visit, but also some of these are identified by the districts, right? And ultimately, the responsibility for ensuring that children receive a free, appropriate public education is on the local education agency, right? And then the responsibility for overseeing those local education agencies, which would be your school district, we call them local education agencies, but the responsibility to oversee those is with the State Department of Education. And so that's one of our concerns is that, when we requested records and information from 10 districts in terms of, sort of what their oversight was. Only 2 of the 10 had done any observations of the students in those programs, which was a concern for us for the very reason you're talking about, right? Because who's overseeing it? Who is monitoring, number one, whether or not the child is receiving appropriate educational services, and number 2, what is the quality of that, and are we ensuring that the child is not being inappropriately restrained or secluded?
And don't go anywhere. We're going to continue the conversation with Christina and Tom coming up in just a few minutes. You're listening to WICC, the voice of Connecticut.
You know that the most popular person in your office is the one who brings the breakfast. And this time, that's you. With a little help from the Voice of Connecticut, make your way to voiceofct.com and enter to win the Breakfast Brigade. We'll grab a bunch of treats from Cakes by Sonia and head directly to your office. Impress your boss and be the hero of all your coworkers with the WICC Breakfast Brigade. Coming to your office soon. something you may have missed from Alyssa in the morning. Now on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Christina Guillo is here, acting child advocate for the Connecticut office of the Child Advocate, and Tom Cosper is here of Disability Rights Connecticut. And we're diving into this report that was released this month, looking at special education students who are placed out of state. And I think there's a lot to obviously unpack here in such little time. But certainly the part of this conversation that I really want to, touch upon is in this report. It says the out-of-state schools are not required to be approved by the Connecticut Department of Ed, and many are not even approved or licensed in the state in which they operate. So that's wild to me. That's a lot, which is why I think it's interesting that the Department of Ed is sort of, I don't want to say they're washing their hands of it, but they're kind of saying it's not on us, and that's not really accurate. I am curious if that's kind of a broken system in your professional opinions. I mean, to me, if a district is recommending, or even if a parent is saying, hey, I heard about this school out in wherever, what do you think about it? I feel like there's got to be a chain of command. There's got to be a, hey, we'll look into this, or a district says, hey, this is a good idea. There's got to be some kind of chain of command that says, did we vet this school? Is this school appropriate? I don't know. Am I wrong? Maybe.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think, it's a very complicated situation, first of all.
Totally.
So, and I think, the way you started this conversation, is that parents want what's best for their children. They're looking for what's best for their children. No one's looking to place their student at a school like this unless they're really in a situation where they feel they have to. Their backs are against the wall. So I think part of the problem is the lack of programs and services in schools in the state of Connecticut to service these kids.
Agreed.
Ultimately, that's what it would be best, right? Ultimately, that's what would be best. So we have a system in place in Connecticut where we have 88 plus schools that are approved private special education schools. Okay, they're approved by the state of Connecticut. They're monitored. They have oversight. There's a regular every 3 to 5 year review of the schools. So that system exists.
So wait,
right?
Tom.
There's a set of
quick question though. So are those 88 schools Connecticut based, or those are national?
In Connecticut.
In Connecticut. Got it.
In Connecticut. So these are schools that are in Connecticut. So when your local school